Regular meeting of the Council of the United Counties of SDG, today being Monday, June 19th, 2023. Madam Clerk, call the order resolution, please.
It's moved by Councillor Landry, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry be hereby called to order.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, the agenda resolution, please.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor Broad, that Council approve the agenda.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Councillor Gaindel.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, under item 6.4, the second resolution, I'm going to declare a conflict as a member of the applicant not-for-profit organization.
Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, you have that information? Thank you. Madam Clerk, the minutes, please.
It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Landry, that the minutes of the meetings, including the in-camera minutes of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry, held May 15th and 25th, 2023, be adopted as circulated.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, there's no more minutes, is there? At this point, we're going to move right into delegations, and today we have Rebecca Russell will introduce Mr. Pollock.
Well, good morning, everyone. Most people know who I am. I'm Jamie Pollock. I'm chartered professional accountant and partner with MNP, and I'm happy to be here to go through your draft financial statements. They're in draft format up to this point until they're approved by you, the council as a whole. If there's any questions or concerns at any time, please stop me and I'll be more than happy to answer any of your questions or concerns or comments that you might have in the financial statements. We have gone through these with your administration team, and of course these numbers do come from administration, and we're in a position, and I'll scroll that where we stand. There is an administration responsibility page that they're required to sign for the financial statements, because ultimately the financial statements are the responsibility of your administration. And we go to the auditor's report. Our responsibility is to express an audit opinion on those financial statements. So I'll just bring your attention to the second paragraph. In our auditor's report, as you see, it's about a page and a half, but I'll bring you to the most condensed and most important part of the report. It states, in our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statement presents fairly in all material respects the consolidated financial position of the counties as of December 31st, 2022, and the results of its consolidated operations, change in the net financial assets, and its consolidated cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So it's a clean audit opinion. That's what you want to hear from us as your auditors. It is indicated as consolidated because besides the county's operations, it takes in your library board and your police services operations. If we go to the page after that where it says the consolidated statement of financial position as of December 31st, 2022, this is your balance sheet. It is at a particular point in time. So it is at December 31st, your year-end date. And under assets, your total net financial assets was $33.1 million compared to $36.1 million from the previous year. And most of that decrease is under cash. You'll notice your cash balance is down by $1.1 million, but there's a very good reason for that. And it goes down to your liabilities, your deferred revenue obligatory reserve funds. You'll see that balance is down by $1.3 million to zero. What was and the reason for that is that your unspent COVID-19 funding from 2021 was fully utilized in 2022. So it's cash that you received in 2021, you utilized it in 2022, and resulting in your cash balance being lower. Your accounts receivable is lower, close to $2 million, and that's due to timing of capital projects and recoveries from grant providers for those projects. Under liabilities, total financial liabilities is $4.4 million compared to $6.3 million. As indicated, a large decrease is due to the deferred revenue, and your accounts payable is down by approximately $450,000, and that's due to timing of trade payables related to capital projects. So even if your net financial assets is down by from 29.8 to 28.6. When you look at your working capital, which is just simply assets minus liabilities, you have a ratio of 7.4 to 1, which is actually higher than it was from the previous year of 5.7 to 1. Under the remaining part of your balance sheet, your non-financial assets, which is your tangible capital assets mainly, that was up by $11 million net. There was $22 million in tangible capital asset acquisitions in the year, less amortization expense of $11,000. And your inventory is down by $300,000, and that's time in and what you had on hand for your salt and sand inventory at the end of the year. So your total accumulated surplus, and this is for PSAS purposes, is $167.7 million compared to $159 million, an increase of approximately $8 million or 5% from the previous year. If we go to the next page, this is the consolidated statement of financial activity, so your income statement for the year. Your total revenue for the year, if we focus on the middle column, is $66.9 million compared to a budget of $60.6 million, an increase of $6.3 million or 10%. Majority of the increase is under fees and service charges at 7.7 compared to 3.3, and that's mainly with recoveries on capital projects and billings for joint projects that was undertaken in the year. And grant revenue is 5.1 compared to 4.3, and majority of your COVID-19 funding explains the reason for the increase compared to budget for 2022. Under expenses, total expenses is $60 million for the year compared to a budget of $55 million, an increase of $4.8 million or 8.8%. Majority of the increase is under transportation services, where you undertake most of your roads projects. That was 28.5, higher by 6.9 million in the year, but there has been savings in other line items. General government had a savings of about 566,000 compared from actual to budget. Protections to persons and property was lower by 512,000. Social health, social and family services, and social housing all kind of were approximately the same from the previous year. Recreation and cultural services was a savings of approximately 200,000. And then plan and development was lower than budget by $820,000 in the year. So when you take the surplus before other items, 6.9 million compared to a budget of 5.4, an increase of 1.4 million to the good, or a 26% increase. We have other revenue for capital purposes, deferred revenue earned of $2 million, less a loss on the disposal of tangible capital assets of 356. So your surplus for the year for PSAS purposes, that stands for Public Sector Accounting Standards, $8.6 million. Last year was 12.1, and your budget was 7.5. So you exceeded budget for the year to bring your accumulated surplus down to $167 million. What's not in that income statement, we do some adjustments here on your statement of changes in net financial assets. If we look at the actual column, we take the surplus for the year from the previous page of 8.6. We add back amortization expense because it's a non-cash item, 11.3 million, and then we deduct your capital asset purchases in the year of 22 million. And then there's some little change in your inventory, which brings you to a decrease in net financial assets of 1.1 million. And as I indicated earlier, most of that decrease was due to the utilization of the unspent COVID-19 funds carried forward from 2021 to 2022. So your closing net financial assets is 28.6 million, compared to the opening balance of 29.8 million, so a decrease of 1.1 million. Now, if we kind of go through the next page, is a statement of cash flows. That change in net financial assets really is the same as your decrease in your cash, 1 million. And if you look over the 2 years, you were up 1 million in 2021, down 1.1 million in 2022, and that all boils down to the unspent of your COVID-19 funds from carrying forward from 1 year to the next. So if you back that out, you had like a surplus of 20 million, add that back on, you basically broke even in cash flow for the last 2 years. So you're able to utilize the funds that you raise to pay for capital assets or put into reserves accordingly. So your cash balance really over the last 2 years did not change, but remained still very healthy at 28.6 million. And you can see the start at the 2021 of 28.6. We have your consolidated schedule of tangible capital assets by asset type. The closing net book value at the end of 2022 was 137.2 million compared to 126 million. As indicated, your acquisitions for the year was $22 million, less amortization expense of 11.3 million. We always like to take a look at what your net book value is compared to your balance and your costs. And your net book value works out to be 43% of your cost, and last year was 41%. As auditors, when we look at that, we like to see your net book value to be at least 50% of your cost, because at 43%, what it tells us is that your remaining useful life of your total tangible capital assets overall is about 40% left, and we'd like to see that over 50. But however, in the last 2 years, you have put more additions in by 2-to-1 margin, so you're increasing that margin to be up to about 50% over the last 2 years. And of course, when you look at asset type, the biggest three that makes it up is your roads, storm drains, and bridges, in the support of the county's infrastructure system. The next page is by segment, and not a surprise, your roads make up the big difference at 133 net book value compared to 137 million overall. Now, of course, your net book value is for accounting purposes only. It's recorded at historical cost, less accumulated amortization over its useful life. It doesn't represent your replacement value or maybe fair market value. Those will have different values, and unfortunately, they would very likely be higher than what's reported on these financial statements, but under PSAS, we need to record them at historical cost, less accumulated amortization. If we look at your schedule of accumulated surplus, as indicated, your closing balance is 167.7 million. 137 million of that is made up of your tangible capital assets, less some little debt, and 29.6 million of that is your reserves, compared to 31.3 million. Your roads reserve decreased by 2.1 million in the year, but that was projected or budgeted to finance your capital projects in the year. So if we go through some of the highlights, before I go through the notes, we have the schedule of segmented disclosure. And two things I want to bring to your attention. Here under donations, it's 244,800. That's for the forestry program that was undertaken in 2022. And grants, mainly under general government, that's where your COVID-19 funding has been recorded to offset the increase in those costs that was required in 2022. So overall, your surplus for the year broken down segment is 8.6 million, with the largest increase amounts in general government and protection and services. As we go through the notes to the financial statements, if I go through them paragraph by paragraph, I'll be here probably till 5 o'clock tonight, and I'm pretty sure you don't want me to be here this long. So under deferred revenue obligatory reserve funds, some municipalities carry forward their gas tax if it's not spent. Here at the United Counties levels, you utilize all your gas tax received in the year of $2 million utilized for capital projects in the year with a zero closing balance. And already indicated your COVID-19 funding, what was unspent from 2021 was utilized in 2022 with a closing balance of nil at the end of the year. Your municipal debt, you have one small capital lease obligation on a vehicle, which is expected to be completed in 2023. Your POA program, you raise $1.7 million, expenses $1.2 million for a net surplus of $563,000, and that is allocated $328,000 to the counties and $234,000 to the city of Cornwall. If we turn to the operating surplus, and if you combine your kind of operating surplus with your capital projects and then timing of those capital projects, you had a surplus of $1,048,589, and that's the surplus that was approved by council in April to be allocated to several reserves. And you'll see how that surplus was allocated based on your resolution, with $371,000 of that being put into your roads project reserve, $64,000 to your permit project, $50,000 each to your IT and tourism reserve, $206,000 to your planning reserve, $250,000 to the regional incentive program reserve, and $50,000 to building reserve. The previous year's surplus was $976,000, which was placed into your working capital reserve. The library board had a surplus of $153,145. While it looks like it's in bracket, it was put into its own surplus fund, carried forward into 2023. And the police services board has a small deficit of $55,774, which was applied to their own accumulated surplus account. So for the year, with the timing of capital projects and what was spent on it, you had a good year with a surplus of $1 million that's being carried forward for use for 2023. So that is the financial statements. You had a very good year. You utilized your COVID-19 funding in full in 2022, and you're in great financial shape. And that is my report to your council members for your year ended December 31st, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Questions, comments from members of council? Yes, Councillor Broad.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pollock, for presentation. Excellent work. Excuse me. Question for me today is, could you discuss and/or comment on our internal controls, on how we rank?
Oh, that's a very good question, and you actually do have very good internal controls in place. We did discuss that with management. And there's a few things that could be, strengthened up, but I had those discussions with your administration 2 weeks ago, with just maybe an extra set of eyes on things that the CAO could do to help the treasurer out. But at the most cases, you do have internal controls in place. And I just want to remind everyone that it actually states in our auditor's report that we do look at your internal controls. We do make an assessment of those internal controls, but we don't provide an opinion on those internal controls. It only determines the amount of audit work that we need to do to audit our opinion on the financial statements only, but our evaluation of those internal controls, that you have good controls in place.
Thank you. Anything further from members of council? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Fraser. Just for, on the legislative side, materiality of 2.5 to 3 million, what would that mean to us as politicians?
So when we audit your financial statements, we don't audit every transaction. And the accounting guidelines determine what we should use for materiality. So we take a look at your overall expenses plus your capital, and we get to use ranges, what they recommend. And in this case, we tend to look at 4% of your total budgeted expenditures for the year. So if you take the 55 million on the financial statements plus the 22 million for capital, that works out to 75 million times 4%, which comes up to the $3 million. Plus, we use, of course, a lower materiality level for the library board and the police board. So when we audit, like I said, we don't audit every transaction, but we audit key transactions. So in our case, we make sure your financial statements is not material misstated in the range of $3 million. So we test everything over $3 million. In fact, we test everything that's up to about 75% of $3 million, in this case of 2.4 million plus random samples after that. So when we say we issue a clean audit opinion in all material respects, nothing has come to our attention that anything that's recorded in error by $3 million are in these financial statements. So just say we come across an error of $100 on your bank reconciliation, well, we're not going to force your administration to make that change. It's very trivial from our point of view. But if we come across something like 500,000 or $1 million, it is still significant. We will bring that to your administration's attention, and we'll recommend a change if we feel it's necessary to make sure the administration issue financial statements with a clean audit opinion on that. So that's where we come from when it says those material levels.
Yes, please go ahead.
I did notice too, on significant risk areas and responses, expenses could be pre-recorded or delayed to meet budget. What does that mean? It was on page, page 20 for us and page 3 for you in one of your things.
So when we do our audit, we look at risk areas which we feel we need to address to make sure we audit the areas to make sure. And if there's areas where we might think there might be issues, and one of the areas we've come across with municipalities over the years that your administration or council does not want to have a large surplus or even a large deficit. So your administration, if there's any way they might want to lower that amount, the easiest way that they could do is to record payables at the end of the year that might not exist, or overstate your payables and your expenses to bring down any of that surplus if it's in a higher number, or if it's in a deficit, to record some revenue that might pertain to 2023 but in 2022. But the easiest way is what we found is likely through the over recording of payables. So we focus more audit work in that area. So based on the materiality discussion of 3 million, we might drop that down to 500,000 just on payables to make sure all the payables have been properly recorded, properly cut off, and valid at December 31st. So that's what that means, is that and every audit is different, depends on the risks that we see, where there could be a risk of material misstatement, and this is where we put our focus on during our audit.
Okay, thank you. So it's just a focus.
Thank you. Anything else from members of council? Seeing nothing. Mr. Pollock, thank you very much for that, for your presentation. And at this point, I'm going to ask the clerk if we have a motion to receive these statements.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that Council receive the 2022 financial statements for the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, as presented by MNP LLP Chartered Professional Accountants.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? That's carried. Thank you very much.
And I'd like to say thank you to Maureen and Rebecca and Sarah and their team for their cooperation during the audit. And really, we only had one journal entry, which was really a reclass entry, so it shows how good the records are for the counties, and it was a pleasure working with them, and I look forward to working with them in the future. And thank you very much for having me today to go through the draft financial statements with you. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Have a good day. And at this point, we have our 2023 annual housing report. Melissa Morgan and Lisa Smith.
Good morning, Warden Fraser and Council. Lisa and I are pleased to be here today to present our annual housing report. We've provided you the fairly comprehensive report. This report is going to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We won't go through everything because, like Jamie, we could be here forever talking about housing. So we will provide key highlights of many of the slides. So as I mentioned, this report is required annually by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Part of this report also includes some information from a conference that Lisa and I were very fortunate to attend. AMO hosted an annual housing and homelessness conference, and some of that information is contained in this report as well. So this slide just gives you a brief overview of our department, and it's split between housing services and housing programs and what each of these areas provides. Excuse me, this slide gives you the cost of delivering housing programs and housing services. Housing programs are largely funded by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, with some federal funding, where you can see on the left, housing services. This is primarily funded through either tenant revenues or municipal funding, and those would be our physical buildings that we administer social housing through. This also gives you an overview of what the housing continuum looks like. So somewhere in here, we pretty much concentrate on the blue and the green areas within our division. Special needs, there is some municipal subsidy provided to that, but that's primarily, those would be activities that you would see from other nonprofit organizations. And we're also dabbling now a little bit into the market side of things, specifically with our new build. But that's where we're also concentrating some of our efforts on either the Mayor's Task Force or some of the housing plans that have come up lately through the region, and that's where we're concentrating our efforts as well with our Home Collaborative, which you'll hear later on about.
Great. Can everybody hear me okay if I talk from here? Okay, excellent. So the information contained on this slide speaks to the need for affordable housing within our community. There's been some changes. The core housing need in our area has actually improved, but that's considered to be a direct result of the CERB benefit. So as people's incomes got more stable, as there was basically essentially a basic income program, housing got better. We anticipate when this data is available through the next census, this probably will return to what we typically see, which is closer to a 40 to 50% range for our area. The other information we wanted to include was just to demonstrate the pressure on those who are living in housing within our community. So a one-person household on Ontario Works has a monthly income of $863 a month. By the time they're done paying for food and housing, they're living on negative $423 a month. So this is where we say we know family or individuals living in our community are making daily choices between, do I put gas in the car today to get to work? Do I buy food? Do I pay utilities? It doesn't get much better for families. For a family of four living on Ontario Works, They have a monthly income of $2,760. Again, by the time they're done paying for housing and food, they are living on $353 a month. So again, when you think of the average grocery bill for a family of 4 right now, we can see, again, there's some pretty tough decisions getting made within our community. Other areas where we're seeing increasing pressure is around rental vacancy rates. So the rental vacancy rate in Canada has actually hit one of its lowest points. This typifies what's happening in the housing crisis within our country. What you can see happening locally is that our vacancy rate is sitting at 1.3, so we're even lower than that national average. When you compare us to other similar sized communities, Belleville's sitting at 2.0 and Peterborough sitting at 1.2. So what vacancy rate basically tells us is when apartments become available for rental, that it's a very competitive market because there's not a lot out there. So usually our vacancy rate sits at around 3%, if not higher. Basically, CMHC has flagged this as an issue for our country. In terms of the community wait list, we are pretty much holding steady at somewhere between 450 to 500 households. Again, just to give you a sense of what that looks like, you can see the breakdown of households for families versus singles, non-senior, and senior as well. And on average, a single adult waits about 4 years to attain a rent geared to income apartment in our community. The conference that Melissa referenced with the with AMO, there was a lot of great data brought forward about what's happening with homelessness and the cost of homelessness. So this information came through some presentations done by the University Health Network of in Toronto, and what they're showing in this data is just the pressure that homelessness puts on the medical system. So they are seeing these folks pretty heavily in our ER departments, and when you look at the cost of ER visits versus what it would cost to get someone housed, we've got a bit of a disparity happening. The other information we very much like to speak to is the cost of different types of housing. So right now, if we were to do have a shelter bed, that costs on average close to $2,000 per month per bed, whereas a community housing apartment costs $200 per month per bed. So this is really tying into the direction we're taking as a service manager around trying to come up with a more permanent solution to end homelessness, as opposed to looking at shelter systems that are simply less cost effective. The other information that's becoming a pressing issue for municipalities is the concept that housing is a human right. There's actually been some recent litigation with some municipalities that there hasn't essentially been a charter decision, but essentially there was a decision that not being able to provide housing or emergency shelter is infringing on people's human rights under the Canadian Charter. So this whole idea of how do we make sure there is housing available, how are we supporting those who are homeless, is becoming more and more pressing due to these recent decisions and this concept of it's a charter right.
Following that, what we've also adopted here is a housing first approach. Basically, this is a philosophy that stabilizes housing, as Lisa said, as opposed to a shelter system where it's more or less like a revolving door, if you will, providing a housing first philosophy and providing somebody with stable housing and then wraparound supports. Provides that life stabilization that somebody needs to be able to move through further aspects of life that they're trying to stabilize as well, whether that's employment or other barriers. And then this leads us into the concept of shelter diversion. And as Lisa mentioned, we are really endeavoring to utilize the concept of shelter diversion. So as opposed to creating physical shelters, what we are trying to do is, through our by names list, which you'll hear about in a moment, is really trying to provide that stabilized housing, or as we look at our long-term development plan, looking at creating more permanent spaces within our community so that we can avoid the a shelter concept and really bring wraparound supports and stabilize somebody's life.
And thanks to Melissa's nice prompt there. I'm going to talk about the by name list and the coordinated access system. So essentially what a by name list is where we identify and name every individual who's homeless in our region, that we're also able to identify how chronic is their level of homelessness, so we can identify what supports and services they may need. That by name list then triggers essentially what we would call a coordinated access system. So what we start to do then is start to shift housing to be able to respond to the needs of that individual so we can get them housed rapidly. Typically, the way housing works in Canada is you go through a step process. So you go to an emergency shelter, then a transitional home, then you might have to wait until you get into more permanent housing. What we're looking to do is to create an arrow that goes straight up through all of that so that we can actually have community housing, house that person rapidly, and then, as Melissa indicated, work with our community partners to put wraparound supports in place. It's a pretty consistent practice in countries that have ended homelessness, that this is the system they're using. So if you look at the end of veterans homelessness in the United States, or even countries like Finland or Denmark, this is the model they're using. We used to think to work with someone who's homeless, it was better to get them treatment and then get them housing. But what we're finding is home care, healthcare supports can't go see people in shelters. But if you're in an apartment, they can absolutely come see you there. Built for Zero is a movement, again, happening within Canada that's coming out of this coordinated access by name list system. As we have our by name list become more robust, and that's some pretty active work that you're going to be seeing us undertaking in the next 6 months. Once we have that by name list pretty hardy, we're going to be looking at most likely signing up to be a Built for Zero community. And what this means is we move towards a concept called functional zero. So what that means is you can't ever truly end homelessness. It's unfortunate. But what functional zero does is says, well, if someone does tip into homelessness, it's this concept that the system responds so rapidly that they're hopefully only homeless for a short period of time. So essentially, we'll set some targets around what that means for our area. But that's essentially what the movement is targeting to do.
So part of our initial plan that we needed to complete with the ministry, we hired a consultant and they came in and they helped us with our 5-year plan. There were a number of recommendations within that plan, and one of them was hiring a consultant to create a revitalization plan. We didn't know what we didn't know. We had no idea what the demand would be. Even though we have a wait list, that wait list is not indicative of the complete need for housing. So when we hired the consultant, we adopted the Housing Revitalization Plan in 2020. Again, that plan has a number of key recommendations and information that we needed in order to proceed with a more robust long-term plan. If you'll see here that one of the, and again, this was all pre-COVID, certainly we have seen a different lens to housing in a post-COVID environment. But back in 2020, you'll see that the housing need from 2021 to 2031, we would need to increase our housing complement by 741 plus units. 60% of those were going to be required within SDG. So we have really started to take a more active role in that development opportunity. And so that leads to our next slide. We currently have 3 developments underway. Our first was at 9th and McConnell. I will say all 3 of these developments were partially funded with Social Services Relief Fund that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing provided during the pandemic. Our first development, 9th and McConnell, we are pleased to inform you that those residents will be moving in as of July 10th. We have a grand opening on July the 5th, so we're really excited to see that project come to an end. We've also started a project on Pitt Street North, so just south of the 401 overpass on the left-hand side. And so we're moving forward with that. That's an architectural rendering of what those units will look like. And we've just hired our architect for our expansion in Morrisburg. And you can see by the bottom picture, we had planned to do that in 2 phases. We're moving ahead with phase 1 of that project. And so fairly soon, we will be, you'll probably start to see some activity going on there once we completed plans for that phase 1, then we will be proceeding to procure an architect to start that construction. So in terms of our housing and homelessness plan, again, this is something that the ministry, this really is our 5-year update. It is a 10-year plan, and we completed that first phase several years ago. We did do the 5-year update, and so now we're halfway through our 5-year update. Again, that plan was approved in late 2019, early 2020, and so a lot of things have happened since then, so we've had to pivot quite a bit during the pandemic based on what we had originally proposed in our housing and homelessness plan. It did contain 4 vision statements, and we're going to go through each of those 4 vision statements now with some of the highlights of what we've done over the last year.
Okay. So Community Vision 1 was that people experiencing a housing crisis are housed or sheltered. And under that, you can see that there were 3 strategies with targeted plans and tactics that we were looking to implement in order to make that vision a reality. So where we are currently, so strategy 1, that we continue to work collaboratively with our community in order to work together on this issue. Housing and homelessness is, as you can imagine, is quite complex. It's not something that the service manager can tackle on its own, so we do need to actively engage and work with our community partners. And as part of our ongoing work to implement that by name list system, they will become a critical component of this work. The other piece, or one of the things we're looking to make this a reality, is we are looking at doing a housing and homelessness symposium, hopefully this year in the fall, most likely tied to National Housing Day, where we can bring in thought leaders and experts around these issues to help work with our community and educate our community partners and speak to the issues around housing and homelessness.
Community Vision 2 was that people who are currently housed but at risk of becoming homelessness remain housed, and there were 4 strategies contained within this vision with a number of recommendations as well. Some of those updates include, you'll see the big number in red. We continue to help over 1,500 families annually with the support through our community homeless, or it's actually our homelessness prevention program. And this is, when we talked earlier about housing services versus housing programs, those individuals are helped through housing programs, and that's the area that is largest funded through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. There are a number of other strategies that we've undertaken here. Again, this is, I think, the key area where a number of these strategies were paused because of COVID. And since then, a number of things have happened. With respect to strategy number 4 as an example, one of the things we were going to endeavor to do was bring employment services into our social housing buildings. With the change through the Ontario Works program, Ontario Works will no longer deliver employment services as of January 2024. And so that strategy is no longer something that we would continue to work with the new service system manager to see if they would certainly take on that role within our community housing units, but we're just in early stages of conversations with them. And again, this also has a high tie-in to community partnerships. So you'll see some updates here. One of the biggest things within this update is the implementation of our Circles program. We've delivered Bridges Out of Poverty to community agencies with the intent of bringing them in as allies. Essentially, what Circles program is, it's a mentoring program for individuals in receipt of Ontario Works or ODSP primarily, and partnering them up with an ally within the community to help start to provide life stabilization, and again, that mentorship with an ally who has more or less professional ties within the community as well. And we've also brought on 2 housing stability coordinators. They're both social workers. We felt that there was a need to bridge the gap between wait lists for services within the community and clients who are in desperate need, especially with our by names list. So we have brought on 2 housing stability coordinators to assist with that.
So Community Vision 3 is suitable existing housing stock is maintained. So to help maintain our stock, we also have to look at redeveloping new stock. So we are going to be bringing online 130 affordable housing units over the next year. The other piece that we are actively engaged in, so the City of Cornwall has set a climate strategy. Housing is mentioned as part of that strategy. So we are looking at how we can bring energy efficiency features to our buildings. So as an example, at 9th and McConnell, there's actually a solar wall that's been installed that will run our air makeup unit. The windows are the highest levels in terms of energy efficiency standards. And activities like this actually also benefit tenants. Again, the better a building's built, the better your windows are, the less you're going to pay in utilities. So it's a win-win really in terms of supporting tenants and being responsible in terms of climate change. We also assisted 54 households in 2002 with the Ontario Renovates program, and that program is designed to help keep homeowners at the lower income spectrum in their homes. Again, it's about let's have people stay in the homes they already have, keep that asset, and maintain that in terms of accessibility features too.
Community Vision 4 is the supply of appropriate housing is enhanced. A number of, with our 4 strategies within this community vision, a number of the updates through this particular vision. On the next slide. Oh, sorry. That's okay. So one of the biggest things we want to highlight here is the creation of a new collaborative. One of the things that became pretty evident in 2022 was that across the region we had 4 different housing plans, and a number of the recommendations within those housing plans were consistent. And so we created a collaborative. It's called a home collaborative, and what it does is it has representatives from the City of Cornwall and all of all of the counties in SDG, as well as the service manager. And what we have done is we've identified all of the common recommendations within those plans that this collaborative could oversee and begin to undertake in terms of next steps. The biggest thing that we have done with this collaborative is the first and biggest thing is a vacant land study. And so we have gone through all of the vacant municipally owned vacant lands that have services and created a list. And so we will be coming to various councils in the next 2 of them tonight, in fact, and then over the next couple of weeks to talk about setting aside those lands for future affordable housing. Would like to take the opportunity to thank Peter Young, who's been extremely helpful in that collaborative and provided a lot of documentation in terms of the GIS mapping and logistics on where these lands are actually located. What this also does is it will help us begin the work on our 10-year development plan. That 10-year development plan will more than likely have a 10-year and a 7-year development plan. And what the 7-year development plan will do then, that model will align with the Eastern Ontario Warden's 7 and 7 plan, which you're going to hear about later on this morning.
Okay. I think Melissa gave a pretty effective overview of the Home Collaborative. The only thing I'm going to highlight is I think it's one of its only kind in the province of Ontario. It's definitely the only one we know of in Eastern Ontario where all of our municipalities are working so closely together on the issues of housing and homelessness, and I think that bodes well for the future of our region.
And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Melissa and Lisa, for that presentation. It was large, but there's lots of information, and it's heartening to hear about the Home Collaborative. And I know at our end in North Dundas, I've seen things happening, and it's encouraging whenever I hear your names mentioned that this is part of it. So it is spreading throughout SDG, and for that, thank you. Questions, comments? I see there's many hands. I'm going to start with Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. You've got a lot going on. That was a major presentation and a lot of different moving parts. I'm really happy to see you working with the Social Development Council, the United Way. You know, those are organizations that are embedded in some of these poverty and homelessness issues, and you know, being you can't do everything, so you might as well reach out to those people who can, you know, help you move forward. So because one of the things, that, of course, that complicates all of this is the overall affordability crisis, which is going on, which impacts every aspect of an individual's life. So I just want to thank you for that. And just a question, because I read it in the package, but I'm not sure if you touched on it, the Housing Accelerator Fund. What are your, because I've been hearing this out and about, and just wondering what your plans are with regards to applying for that or not.
I will actually let Lisa speak to that because it came up at a recent at-home collaborative meeting.
So through you, Warden, we had a meeting with the Home Collaborative where we actually brought our CMHC representatives in to explain the fund to us. It's a great idea in principle, much needed funding. Unfortunately, it's not very well designed for the Ontario context where there's service managers that manage housing or reflective of the needs of small urban rural municipalities. So unfortunately at this point we won't be proceeding. We have shared our feedback with CMHC that we did find it limiting, but that was a unanimous decision among all of the municipalities that were there that day, which was essentially all of us, that it wasn't something at this point we would proceed with.
Thank you. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Lisa and Melissa. It is a daunting task that you have, and what I hear throughout it is that it's not just about building apartments, it's about servicing people and individuals, and so thank you for that approach. And specifically, there are many different questions I could ask, but one thing that kind of tweaked as you went through the presentation was the by name list, and the fact that you had already identified approximately 77 individuals. I'm assuming that was the getting their information was voluntary on their part, and therefore there's potentially more than 77 there. I wondered if you wanted to offer comments on just how big that number might be.
So through you, Warden. So when we found the 77 individuals, that was done through an enumeration process. Just working in the community, we hear anecdotally it's much higher. So we will be doing what's called a registry week, where we actively work with partners like United Way, SDG, the hospital, to say, please work with us to get all the folks who you know of who are homeless in this week registered so that we can get a better sense of that number. The other piece of work we will be doing is working with those community partners to create an ongoing intake process where they can do their own. So the legal clinic actually has already volunteered to start doing that with clients they see. Because the idea of a by name list is not meant to be like a stagnant list. It's a real time. So what we want to see is people coming off and know how many are coming off and who's coming on, who's coming back after having been off. So that community partnership work there is essential.
Thank you. Anything further from members of council? See none. Thank you very much once again, Melissa and Lisa, for that presentation. As always, there's so much information, and it's always good information. Thank you. And our last delegation is from the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and I look to the back and I don't see Peter Emon. So am I going to make you sit and wait, or shall we bring you up? Yeah, I'm just please come ahead. We have Mr. Jim Pine, and with Jim we have Meredith Stavely Watson. Jim is a CAO, but I don't know where. I hardly know the man. But Jim works very tightly with the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and he's, in my mind, spearheading the 7 and 7, and Meredith Stavely Watson is the manager of government relations and policy. So welcome to you both.
Excellent. Thank you so much for having us today. And I think there's two PowerPoints along with our presentation. Oh, okay, excellent. Sorry. It's a little different format depending where we go, right? So. Bear with me here. Perfect. So good morning, everyone. My name is Meredith Stavely Watson. I'm the Manager of Government Relations and Policy for the EOWC. And it's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see some familiar faces around the table. I'm going to be doing a quick overview of what the EOWC is all about, how we've been successful, a bit of our secret sauce over the last 20 years, and then Jim is going to step in and speak about our regional housing plan, which is called the 7 and 7. Perfect. So the EOWC is a nonprofit organization that is comprised of the 13 heads of council of 13 upper and single tier counties and cities across rural Eastern Ontario. So we've been successful and around since about 2002, which was when we were established, and we were incorporated in 2008. And the EOWC represents about 750,000 people and growing, and in total it's 103 upper single tier and local municipalities across the region. Perfect. And I've just listed here on this slide our 13 members that sit around the council table. And we've really found that people pay attention when we do come together with a regional voice. And we also do bring that rural expertise to the decision-making table. So the EOWC's secret sauce kind of is coming together to do projects of a larger regional size on behalf of municipalities that maybe they couldn't do alone. And when we come together, we found that we've been able to really champion and make a change for the region and also in some cases for the province. So what we do, just listed here, and I'll go over it briefly, but that political advocacy with the rural voice and really making sure that we're at the table, giving examples, sharing local stories, and showing that we can also be really solutions oriented and have action come out of municipal governments, and making sure that we are a partner and considered at the table with those provincial, federal voices as well as applicable stakeholders. We are really driven to be data and evidence-based and make sure that we do our own homework, and you'll see some examples as I move through the presentation. So really coming to the table with those solutions, but making sure they're backed up by the rural data, by those regional examples. We really value our partnerships, and we've had a number of positive relationships with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Mayor's Caucus of the East, as well as our counterparts in the West, the Western Ontario Warden's Caucus. Recently, we've also been engaged with the Ontario Chamber of Commerce on a few housing-related files, etc. So we've really built our reputation and voice around that relationship building, and that is really important for the EOWC, and also a reason why we're here today with you, to make sure that everyone here is aware of what we do and also is able to leverage that regional capacity. We do a number of communications. You may have seen newsletters going out. We're also on social media. We're currently actually updating our website as well to make sure that reports, white papers, resources and tools are really there for you as elected officials and staff as well. And also, of course, we do monitor and consult for the federal, provincial legislation and policy changes. So just a quick framework of our governance structure. So those 13 elected officials. This year, we have Chair Peter Eamon, who is from Renfrew County, and Vice Chair Bonnie Clark, who is the Warden of Peterborough County, as our kind of two heads, if you'd say. And then the elected officials direct the 13 CAOs. And we also have working groups which are built around our 3 strategic priorities. And those shift and change depending on the political environment as well. For our staff composite, we are small but mighty. Craig Kelly is the CAO for Renfrew County, the Secretary Treasurer, of course, myself, and then I also work closely with Heather Wrightley, our Policy and Administrative Coordinator. And actually for the summer, we've started our inaugural full-time internship program. So we also have Mary Furvoldum with us for the summer. And so these are just some of the examples of the work we do, just to give you an idea. So this year we've really been focusing on outreach, getting our faces out there, participating in a number of conferences. So this year we were actually at the FCM conference on main stage in Toronto, which was very exciting. We've also done our paramedic services report, which was released this May, which I'll speak about a little further. And we've done different submissions and whatnot, Auditor General. I spoke to the Chamber of Commerce, influence we've had, et cetera. So these are just some examples of what we've done, what we continue to do. So yeah, on this page as well, we meet continuously with MPs, ministers, MPPs, participate, of course, in the Roma, AMO conferences, etc. So just, again, I think this is included in your council package. If you have any questions on these in detail, please let me know. But we've been busy for the last 20 years, basically, is what this is showing. And so I'm going to speak a little bit about our 3 priorities for 2023. So our first priority is attainable, affordable housing. And each year, the UWC gets together in March, and that's where we have our priority setting meeting. And so the elected officials get in a room, we talk about the issues of that year that have been the most pressing and try to really narrow it down and make sure we have like a targeted, focused approach for our recommendations, our projects for the year ahead. So for the housing one, last June in 2022, we hosted a regional housing summit. And so this consisted of municipal staff from across the region, from the different tiers of government, from different departments. And we basically wanted to have kind of a melting pot of ideas, storytelling, and just sharing issues, but also solutions on behalf of the region. So we came up with a number of ideas, and this is actually where the 7 and 7 plan was initially born and established. And so I'm going to speak to one of our projects that's really exciting because it's going to be launched next month. So the Rural Housing Information System, the RHIS. So in 2021, the UWC applied and was successful for a $1.4 million grant through CMHC's Housing Supply Challenge. And we found this gap of information when you're trying to plan for and build housing. So what the RHIS, the goal of the RHIS is to fill this gap by having a central tool online, so where you can go to find the information you need to plan for and develop housing. And so this tool shows data, it shows a comparisons between municipalities, upper and lower, and market rent, where capital assets can be. So it's a one-stop shop really for planning housing. And this can be available for real estate agents, for developers, for elected officials, consultants, staff, etc. So the UWC has partnered with the Rural Ontario Institute, ROI, who is now fully managing and taking over the RHIS, and we're going to be kind of the founder. And as this position and the work that we've put into this, our 103 member municipalities will have free access to the tool for the upcoming 2 years. And so I definitely invite you to have ROI come and show the tool. And as I said, it'll be launched in July, which is pretty exciting. So a little bit on the 7 and 7. As I said, it was born out of the Regional Housing Summit, and I guess that'll be my little lead up to Jim's presentation, so I'll keep you in suspense. Our other 2 sub-priorities under housing this year are the financial framework. So as you all know, municipalities in Ontario, Ontario is the only province in Canada that has had community social housing downloaded, if you will, or put onto the responsibility of municipalities. So we're just calling, especially as time has marched on, to make sure that the financial framework is healthy enough to take care of current, future stock, and also to support those operational costs in terms of the support services. So that's something we're really calling on government to look at. The second one is standardizing the housing definitions. So you would have all heard many times both the provincial and federal governments say attainable and affordable housing. But currently they don't have streamlined definitions for those. They're not standardized and there aren't metrics associated with those. So we're just saying, please tell us what those definitions are, make sure you talk to each other and make sure it considers that rural perspective for them. And also that the metrics make sense for our region and communities. Second priority is paramedic services. And we've been long calling to make sure that municipalities have that dedicated municipal representation, that safer pay at the table around community health as we become more involved in community healthcare services. You may have seen it go out, I think it was shared and it is available on our website. We did do a refresh of the 2019 Municipal Services Report. So right before the pandemic, the EUWC, as we like to do, gathered that regional data from each of our 13 members in terms of call times, wait times, dispatch, etc., about paramedic services. We're able to present it, and it was very well received by the province. And of course, the pandemic hit, so things have really changed, picked up a lot. And so this year, we decided to do a refresh of those numbers just to see what that impact was during the pandemic and also following. And so these are the 4 recommendations that came out of that report this May. So permanent, sustainable, predictable funding for both paramedic services as well as community paramedicine, because they're funded slightly differently and we need to be able to plan for if we're going to keep those programs in place. Secondly, the dispatch system modernization. This will help prioritize call and make it more efficient. Thirdly, reducing offload delays at hospitals, and this allows paramedics, of course, to be in their communities rather than held up with patients at the hospital. So really focusing on that. And of course, as we're all familiar with the human services challenges, so just making sure that paramedics are being enrolled or encouraged to enroll in community colleges and increasing that. So that is available on our website, and happy to answer any questions on that as well. The third one is long-term care. Again, same type of messaging in terms of that safer pay, making sure municipalities are at the table. Again, care around long-term care has gotten more sophisticated, more complex. The UWC a couple of years ago was one of the first instigators and was successful in this advocacy of calling for the 4-hour of care model per patient. And so the province has now implemented this, which is great news, but now we're saying we just need to make sure there's the supports, processes in place to support that level of care. And so you'll see here our advocacy under the long-term care umbrella includes making sure that the human resources strategy that the province did develop is kind of properly staffed and implemented, especially for our rural homes, because that obviously looks very differently than our urban counterparts. Secondly, we're calling very strongly to say that the province needs to address and eliminate private staffing agencies. So as you may be familiar, staff from long-term care homes are being called away or going to work for staffing agencies. They're having to be hired back at an increased cost, and that profit margin is going to the agency. Also for rural locations, homes are having to pay for the travel mileage, the hotel costs, the feeding costs for those staff that are coming. And basically this is a huge crisis for long-term care budgets, and it's completely not sustainable. Thirdly, again, just calling for the province to review and modernize that funding framework, looking at some of the red tape pieces as well to make sure that staff are at the bedside and serving residents versus inputting data into a computer. Again, just a nice reminder today, we also cover issues of ongoing importance, so continued advocacy items. So they may not be top of the top, but we encourage elected officials and our members to reach out if there is an issue that you want to have regional voice or support with. I know most recently we've been doing some work, for example, with the high-frequency rail with VIA. So that's just an example. We don't have it as a main priority, but it's something that we can write correspondence about or do a consultation if you feel that it has that regional voice and obviously affects all of our 13 members. And again, I'm not going to go through this in detail, but again, showing you we've been busy, showing you kind of examples of issues that we have worked on, and the delegations that we have participated in as well. And here, just our website, our general email information, and as well, if you do have social media, please follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn. And with that, I will pass it over to Jim. I may hold questions till the end if that's okay with you.
Yes, I'm sure there may be some questions later, Meredith. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Sorry.
I'll start, Your Honor, by apologizing. Last time I was here with Eorn, I said this would be my last time here, and I know Jamie was very pleased to see me walk in the door. But I promise you, this is the last time as the CEO of Hastings County. I'm done at the end of June, so you can bet your dollar on this one that I won't be back as a CAO. Who knows what else? But anyway, very pleased to be here to help Meredith with the discussion today. And as Meredith indicated, the chair couldn't be here today. He was unwell, so we're sitting in for the chair today. So my job is to talk a little bit about the proposed 7-and-7 regional housing plan that we've come up with. As Meredith indicated to you, last year when we all got together as housing providers across the region, the EOWC region, you know, the issue of housing, and particularly the housing of the clients that we're here to serve at the counties across the region, was a big discussion. And we realized that the wait lists were so long, we're going to talk about it in just a second, that we needed to do something together rather than trying to solve this individually as we have been. We've all been doing our best in our own lanes, and we thought that this is the perfect time to come together. And why does not go forward, Meredith?
It's just right, this one.
Oh, that one, that would be why. So we are covering the entire EOWC geographic region, including working with the separated municipalities like Cornwall and Kingston and others on this really important project. I always like to say that the EOWC region is as large as the province of Nova Scotia. And as Meredith said, with about 750,000 rural residents, but when you add the cities in, we're well over 1.2 million in terms of population that we're serving. So it is it's a big geographic area with a lot of people, and it's spread out across the region. As I mentioned, when we got together last year and looked at the outstanding wait lists, the numbers vary because people can be on more than one wait list across the region. But at that time, we were between 12,000 and 14,000 households looking to get into community housing, social housing. And people are waiting on average between 5 and 10 years just to get housed. Sometimes you get a better chance by the time you become a senior to get in than when you first get on the wait list. That's how long you have to wait. And it isn't getting any better. The wait lists are growing. And so, again, as we thought, this is the time to come together and try to solve for this problem as a region rather than in our own lanes. We also want to be part of the province's goal or plan to have about 1.5 million homes built across the province to help with the supply problem. But what we really wanted to make sure was that the folks that we're trying to serve in our communities who need this kind of assisted housing weren't forgotten as part of that effort. And so when we looked at the wait lists of about 14,000, we made a conscious decision to try and tackle at least half of it at this stage, and you'll soon see why we chose half in terms of the scope that we would be looking at. But we also believe that if we work together with the private sector, like many of us do in our own housing operations right now, that working with the private sector, we can actually get some additional units built that are market rate rental units. So this is rental focused, is this project. We think about another 21,000 are possible with the work that we would do to leverage it all. So in total, we're looking at about 28,000 rental units across the region. We know that CMHC and StatsCan told us last year that in fact there are about 38,000 households in Eastern Ontario looking for this kind of rental housing. So we're not able to, at this point, to tackle it all, but we're trying to make a big dent in the core housing needs for our communities. Back in January of this year, Scotiabank came out with a study and analysis which surprised us in a sense, because it really spoke to exactly what the wardens have been thinking about, is that Scotiabank has called on the federal, provincial governments to double at least the supply of social housing stock in the country. We have a huge supply problem. So here's one of the largest banks in the country saying this is what government needs to do. It needs to get into providing more supply for this, particularly for this kind of housing. The fourth bullet point, in my opinion, is really the key one. And that's where Scotiabank is suggesting to Canada and to the provinces they really need this, what they call higher rate of concessionality. That's really just another word. They need to invest directly into housing, into building it, into grant-based programs to help us build the supply. And that is, as they say, at the end of the day, the best way and most cost-efficient way for governments to try and solve for this problem around community housing. So we took some solace from the fact that one of the biggest banks in the country has done some research that really backs up what the wardens are trying to do. And so I think it's very good evidence to support the project, and we're very evidence-based, as you know, as an organization. It is a bold investment. We started out calling the project the big idea, and it quickly became the bold investment in terms of a plan, because it needs to bring together all of us at the local level through the EOWC, the private sector, federal, provincial governments, and of course the not-for-profit sector as well, who are big players in this kind of housing. It is a big project. We estimate the cost to build those 7,000 RGI-type units at about $3.1 billion. That's based on an average cost of about $440,000 per unit to do this. This is, and we validated these numbers through our housing operations across the region. And we know that it'll go up or down, but that's an average, and it will have 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and probably some larger units as well, but we've tried to make an average cost. So it is a substantial investment, and I called it an investment. It's not a cost, it's an investment. But we know that if we do this, residential housing is one of the best economic multipliers that you can have in an economy. It's a great stimulus to the economy. We know that if we can do this, the conservative estimate around a multiplier is about $9 billion. So if we can spend the $3 billion in terms of doing the construction work, it's going to generate about $9 billion in economic activity in our communities, because these projects are designed perfectly for workers in our counties and our local municipalities' construction jobs. So you get the twin benefit of a social benefit of housing people and the other side of the economic stimulus to the region. And this will take a number of years to build, so it is a really good economic development project as well. But it's a big one. So what might it look like? We've just tried to give you a notional view of what this could look like based upon a couple of things. We divided the region up into some zones, and we do that because we think from a procurement basis, it would make sense in order to run the construction procurement side in a zone way, so that we can make sure that local companies can be a part of this as well. And all we did was take your share, each zone share of the overall wait list at the time, the percentage share, and then calculate that back in terms of what the investment might look like. So for the Cornwall SDG Prescott-Russell zone, I calculated about $305 million worth of investment that would come in as we build out the project. In terms of the units, the distribution is the same. So of the 7,000 units, the percentage share is based on the zone's percentage share. So just under 700 units would come to the zone based on this notional model. These numbers are going to change, but it just gives you an idea what it could look like for the zone. Just a little bit deeper dive. Again, based on what SDG Cornwall together would look like, and then Prescott-Russell, you can see how the number of units would be split, 244 versus 484 444, again, based on each's share of the zone's percentage of the wait list. And then in terms of the investment, just over $100 million here and about $195 million in Prescott Russell, again, based on the percentage share. So pretty substantial investments across the zone and across the region. And as I said, we think this is a plan that's going to drive the economy forward, but has that really important social benefit of housing people that really need to be housed, who can't afford to be there now, and all of the benefits that housing bring to individuals and to families. But we also know that partnerships are the key to this. That's why we're working with the federal and provincial governments. We're working with chambers of commerce, builders, the industry, to bring everybody together. And of course, the EUWC represents the municipal sector to do this. As we've done with broadband in the past, this kind of project is quite doable from our point of view, but it does need the partnerships to work. We know that we have to prove ourselves to both Canada and Ontario, and also the private sector as the partner that can bring this together. We do think that we've got some credibility based on what we've done with EORN, particularly in the big regional projects. As you know, as we said last time I was here, about $500 million worth of work just in those two regional projects through EORN. We brought in a consulting company to help us with the business case as well, though. We wanted to make sure that we get that third-party outside look to test our ideas, and that work is just about complete with the company. The CAOs will be looking at it later this week, and it'll be going on to the full board of the EOWC in July, I believe. So it was important to make sure we're doing what we say we're doing, that it gets validated. And there'll be some changes, I'm sure, as a result of that work. We also know that one of the key things for the EOWC is to make sure that some of this housing, a good portion of this housing, gets built in our rural communities and not just in the urban cities. Because we want to keep the people in our communities and house the people that we need to house, whether it's in Bancroft, in my area, or Madoc, or in any one of the communities here in SDG. So having the EOWC lead it is a way we can direct the investment into communities. We also know that servicing is going to be critical. So we're looking at that. We're looking at different kinds of communal systems that can work in rural communities where we can't get connected to a municipal sewer and water system. So all of this work is going on as part of the project so that we can do what we want to do in terms of building the houses. We've been working at this for about 7 or 8 months now in a really concerted way over the past winter, working on that business case and talking with federal and provincial representatives and of course the industry as well. We will be starting to talk to our Indigenous neighbors as well, because we believe that there is a great benefit that can be had in our First Nations communities as well. They have similar housing needs as we do, and be great partners to work with those folks as well. We have an idea that we'd like to try and put proof to concept of this project and have a pilot project launched in one of the zones so that we can prove it out. So we're looking at where that might be best done right now, and hopefully we'll have a better idea by this fall as to where we would suggest that pilot getting started. And if all goes well, we know that we can be ready for an RFP through, using the zone approach next year, hopefully in the winter. But we've got to get our ducks in order in terms of getting the approvals in place. And as you know, these projects take time, but it won't happen, if I can say this, without local support. And that's the reason we're really here today, is to hope that SDG will support the project with a resolution that is a tangible way of expressing your position on it. And we've been very successful in all of the places that we've been going. We've received resolutions of support. So happy to answer any questions if there are any. It is a bold plan. Yeah, it's a bold plan. And just before we do that, Meredith's reminding me that we have a video that actually does it way better than I do in terms of the talk. So
just give me.
It's just a short one.
The Eastern Ontario Board.
Hang on.
The Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus has a track record of bringing people together to solve problems that are too big for any one government or industry. For more than a decade, the EOWC has collaborated with governments and the private sector on regional scale solutions. Now it's coming together along with partner service managers to address the housing crisis. On average, people in Eastern Ontario can wait 5 to 10 years for affordable community housing. We all know something must be done. The province aims to build 1.5 million homes by 2031. This goal must meet the needs of all Ontarians, rural and urban. The EOWC has a bold regional solution to tackle the waitlist. Over 7 years, the EOWC wants to help build 7,000 new rental units. Taking a more public-private approach, the plan would build a mix of community and market housing. The investment could spur thousands of more housing units across the region, helping to meet the needs of people across different incomes, ages, and stages of life. The EOWC plan takes a collaborative and innovative approach to building new supply, from funding to servicing. Greater economies of scale would reduce costs to build more, faster. We are ready to work with the provincial and federal governments, as well as for-profit and non-profit partners. Join us to create strong communities where everyone can afford a place to call home.
Well, thank you for that presentation and that video, Mr. Pine and Meredith, for your presentation. So I'm going to open it up to questions, comments from members of council. Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for that those presentations. I'm familiar somewhat with the project, given that it was sort of imagined when I was warden. I know that it's not fully fleshed out yet, but when are you launching it sort of publicly? Do you have a date yet, or?
Well, if I may, through you, Your Honor, well, we've been at it now in terms of the public meetings that we've been having with EOWC members and separated cities in the last number of months. There's been lots of media coverage as a result of those presentations. We, you know, when we cut the ribbon is going to be subject to, of course, getting the federal and provincial governments to commit and then moving forward with the procurement process. So let's hope that we can do that sooner rather than later, but our goal is to start building next year.
Oh, really? Okay. If I may, Mr. Warden, which was going to be my question, how are the feds in the province responding so far? Are they supportive?
Yeah, I'll give you my opinion of it. So far, it's been very, I think we've been warmly received, if I can put it that way. We've met with the Federal Minister of Housing a number of months ago and had a very good meeting with the minister. He liked the idea of the regional approach on it, and he knows how successful that can be. We have upcoming meetings in August at AMO, I think probably with the minister for successful, but we've been also meeting individually with our MPs and MPPs. I was in Ottawa not too long ago with my MP. We had a chance to brief a number of his colleagues from Eastern Ontario, and I guess I can put it this way, we only heard words of encouragement. So I feel, you know, very positive about it. But as we know, it just takes time to get to yes from those levels of government. We're on course.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for those questions, Councillor Williams. Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you for your presentation. I think it's a great program that you're moving forward here. Has there been any discussion, Jim, with respect to limited water and sewer that municipalities are experiencing at this time, especially rural Ontario? You know, there's municipalities around, just sitting around here, different wardens, or not wardens, sorry, but mayors and deputy mayors would agree with me that this is a problem, and we'd love to accommodate you with this program, but you know, South Stormont is experiencing this at this point. Now we're allocating different you know, things with our developers and how they should move forward because of the limited water and sewer that we're experiencing. So how do you think we should proceed with this, or how the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus should proceed?
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually fundamental to being able to build, is to make sure we have water and sewer capacity. We've made it clear that there's a servicing strategy that's going to be part of this project, and investments are going to be required to do that. And we, think this is a perfect spot for federal and provincial support in terms of it. We've also been looking at, and Frontenac County's been developing a really interesting communal approach to servicing that we think has great potential for communities where where there's no sewer and water capacity, but we still need to build a housing there. But yes, absolutely, that cost I gave you of $3.1 billion is exclusive of servicing requirements. So we know that it'll be more if we need to do more, and we expect that we will have to do more, and you're just validating that in terms of capacity. So, but we have to do this, otherwise the answer is we won't be able to build. So we have to tackle that twin problem of land supply, cost of construction, and cost of servicing as part of this, for sure.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Jim and Meredith, for your presentation. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jim, but it sounded like you said you met with the federal minister and kind of went about the province. And we just recently had our strategic planning, and we see one of the biggest barriers that we have is dealing with the province. We don't feel like we're meeting with the actual ministers. We're meeting more with deputy ministers. So I guess my question is, when I look at your 3 strategic priorities and take paramedicine, are they listening to us? Because we've been going to them. We talk about the community paramedicine program, and we get told year by year whether we're going to be able to do it in the upcoming year. Are they listening to us at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus?
I think they are. I think that we need to continue the conversations. I think they've been focused on a number of specific things at the province, as you know, but the issues need to be dealt with. And so that's where the EOWC has always been successful, is to take their, it's an ongoing advocacy approach. And so, yeah, we've got to do it. I think it's important to engage both, obviously, both levels of government. And in each case, when we did the broadband projects and the cell project, it was, the way it worked is, at one point it was the province that said go, and then the other came along. And in the other project was the federal government said go, and then the other came along. So I think, we keep working this twin stream of with the federal officials and provincial officials. Mm-hmm. And it would be nice if they would both say yes at the same time, but often it works where one will say yes first. And I keep thinking about election cycles and budgets and all of those things where you're trying to time this so that it fits both federally and provincially. But it's never simple, and we just have to keep at it.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions, comments? Meredith, it looks like you want to jump right in.
Through Your Honor, and just speaking to the paramedic question as well on our paramedic services priority, we have been really having a good connection with staff and trying to also, like speaking to Jim's twin approach, meet with staff as well as elected staff and ministers. On the housing front, we've met with pretty much every MPP from the region one-on-one, as well as in groups. For the Ministry of Health, for community paramedicine, we're actually, a few of us staff are going to go to Toronto in earlier July to meet with that staff and make sure you get that good conversation. And I think that helps for more fulsome delegations at AMO, making sure everyone's briefed. But we're getting a good response. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Further questions, comments? So I get a chance to weigh in. One of the things that was mentioned, I believe I'm not sure, it was you, Jim, or Meredith mentioned concessionality. And I think of a recent project we have going on in North Dundas where big changes in our mindset had to be made, like how do we deal with DCs? Do we modify DCs to accommodate that? Do we change the way, and I think we're leading because the province seems to adopt these things. It used to always be development pays for development, and now the province is going the opposite way where it's almost taxpayer pays for development. But the way that you have to change your thought process and the way you, I think, react at the council table to deal with the 7 and 7 to make sure that you can open yourself up to the concept, because it is going to be different for all of us to get into that and to fully support it. There will have to be changes made at our local councils and at this table. That's my thought on it, and I hope I'm not too far off base on that. And I want to piggyback onto Councillor McDonald's thought about meeting with other provincial ministers and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Has that been fruitful discussions with him and going down that path?
Well, there has been fruitful in the sense that we've been able to speak. Now, we haven't met directly since AMO, I think. Last year, we were just nurturing the idea at that point. So we anticipate having a little more fulsome conversation. He's certainly aware of what we're doing. We've been to Leeds and Grenville Council, for instance, which is his home riding, where he's at, and we just know we need to do more with that. And if I could just comment on your comments, Your Honor, we do have to think differently on that. That's, I think, one of the strengths that the EOWC is going to bring. We realize that we need to somehow improve or standardize, if that's possible, at least improve the way we get through approvals on housing. And we think that there's an opportunity for us to build an EOWC region-wide approach to approvals, working with the chief building officials from local communities, from counties and separated cities, so that when we get to construction, it can be as speedy as possible. That's really important to the industry, obviously, but for us as well, because we need to get these things built. So we're looking at that approach to how we can streamline or make similar the approvals process. And I know that you can help us with that in your local communities. When we get to that stage, we're starting to look at and how that might come out and how it might look. So we're really trying to think as broadly as we can to make this project happen. It's a big effort, but and a lot of partners.
And I'm going to take my time to speak to you because it's my last opportunity, I believe. But I think of again, to go back to that, and I'm speaking to all of council, I think of the project that Mr. DeHaan had put in place, the one-stop permitting, and yes. I think of this idea of this project is separate than our day-to-day developer projects. This has got to be different, and I look forward to maybe it being this is the template for EOWC 7 and 7 project, and it is done in a different fashion than we would do our one-offs, or a developer wants to do a subdivision, or a developer wants to do 2 homes. I think we need to manage that, and this is what I talk about the concessionality, is we really need to manage this in a separate fashion, and Eastern Ontario Wardens or SDG be on the same page to this type of project, because we can't have 103 different irons in the fire on this one. And that's my thought on that. And I think in today, I'm not sure if everyone's caught the local news out of the city of Ottawa, but the paramedics and the paramedic problem that we all face in SDG, Cornwall SDG, and it's exasperated by the city of Ottawa and the hospitals in the city of Ottawa, and now their paramedics have decided not to work overtime. So it's just going to be more of an uphill challenge for us to deal with the Minister of Health. I believe we're going to have to work and make sure that staff are put in place at the hospitals to help with the offloading delays. It's another challenge that's just come to the forefront in this effort. And I want to go back to the first time I had the opportunity to sit at an Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus conference, and Sabine had delivered a presentation to us, and I think it really holds true whenever we talk about this cooperative effort for the 7 and 7. We need to be able to advocate in a fashion that is supportive and engaging with the province to make sure that we stay on the forefront, and they look forward to having discussions with us. I think it's important, and I know this, our CAO and myself, we've had the opportunity to discuss having a presentation of that from Sabine to us, so we have a better understanding of the best way to tackle these large challenges in front of us. If there's nothing further, we have a resolution in support. Madam Clerk.
It reads, well, first it's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, and reads, whereas during the October 13th, 2022 EOWC meeting, the caucus passed a motion to endorse the 7-in-7 Regional Housing Plan Vision Statement. And whereas there are approximately 12,000 to 14,000 community rental housing units needed to address the municipal wait lists across the Eastern Ontario region. And whereas the EOWC region's average wait time for community housing is almost 5 years across all unit types and as high as 10 years for some units. And whereas the EOWC is ready to take a regional leadership role with a bold plan to reduce the waitlist and build the supply of community rental housing by developing the 7-in-7 Regional Housing Plan. And whereas the 7-in-7 plan will deliver 7,000 new affordable community rental units over 7 years, in addition to incentivizing an additional 21,000 attainable market rate units from the private and nonprofit sectors for a total of 28,000 housing units. And whereas the province of Ontario has the goal of building 1.5 million homes across the province by 2031. And whereas collaboration, commitment, and contribution between the federal government of Canada, the province of Ontario, Indigenous governments, and private and nonprofit sectors are key to tackle regional housing projects. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry is committed to fulfilling the goals of the EOWC 7-in-7 Regional Housing Plan, and that Council urges all orders of government, private, and nonprofit partners to fill the housing gap by collaborating, innovating, and investing in filling the rural housing gap. And that this resolution be forwarded to the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable Provincial Associate Minister of Housing, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Thank you very much. And at this point, unless you have comments?
Just wanted to say thank you so much for doing that, and I did want to acknowledge Ben's work on the permitting piece. He's shown us what we can do together. It's really done. It's amazing work, so thank you for that. Great staff. Thank you.
Well, to that, SDG is not only the place where Ontario began. Lots of things happen out here.
That's right.
At this point, I've been asked if I would provide the opportunity to some members of County Council to say a few words. And I'm going to turn it over to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Warden McDonald. Since it's your last time here as CAO, I just want to thank you, Jim, on behalf of past wardens and current wardens for all the hard work you've done and the guidance you've provided through the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, the EORN, when you were on the public health and health services and guiding us there, and the guidance that you would give me at 2 a.m. at a karaoke bar was very good. Really appreciated that. But again, all the work that you've done, and I remember speaking to your boss, Rick Phillips, Warden of Hastings, and asking him, how do you let him go out and sit on all these boards? Like, is he getting his job done? Like, how does he do it? And his only answer was, because he's the best. So you can be proud of the work you've done, and only person I feel sorry for is your wife Susan when you're retired. I don't know how that's going to go.
You should ask me that question.
Yeah. Anyways, thanks for everything, Jim.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And I should say that at 2 a.m. in the morning, I thought we could have had a big career in the music industry. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I realized that wasn't so true.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Thank you, though, very much.
And Councillor Williams would like to say a few words.
So yes, thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you on behalf of all of us around this table for all of the work that you've done. I'm not sure who is going to be that cheerleader and Sabine mentioned that when I saw her speak at one point, that when Jim Pine comes to the table, people listen, and so particularly of other levels of government. So congratulations on that, and not sure what the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus could do without you.
Yeah. You have Meredith now. This is the young and the old. Here you go.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, and I looked at Councillor McGillis, who is I think the only other former warden.
Thank you. I said it last time you were here, Jim. It was a pleasure working with you. And over the years, even the new wardens that served on the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus saw what I said last time too, is that, and I have to agree with Councillor McDonald, you've done a fantastic job throughout the years in terms of now the cell, previously the broadband, things that the Eastern Ontario Wardens took control of, and the western part said, how did you guys do this? Well, you're part of it. You're the main reason why we were able to be successful in both of those projects, and I think that I hope that you have a great retirement. I don't know what you're going to be doing next, but I'm sure you're not just going to go away. I'm sure of that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So I do plan on staying around and do a little bit of consulting. It's not supposed to be a promotional piece, just in case. But if I can just say in closing that I've been privileged to work with incredibly committed elected officials and, of course, staff members, but nothing can happen without the work that you do around your local tables and here at SDG at the county's tables. It's a tough job that you do, but I know that all of you do with passion, and my only suggestion is just to keep doing the good work that you've been doing. SDG has been a huge part of the EOWC for all of the 21 years or so that I've been there, always been a leader, and today you're doing it again. So keep up the great work. It's the people of your local communities and Eastern Ontario that depend on you for it. And I know it's a tough job. You've got incredible staff to support. I believe in local government. I always say government is good so long as we're doing good things. And I think what we're doing is great. So thank you for all of what you've done over the years and what you'll continue to do. I will stand on the corner with a sandwich board sign at some point saying government is good, support your local council. I hope I don't get run over or something like that, but I'll be out there because I firmly believe in the work that you're doing. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
We're not done, though. Thank you for your sentiments, but I do want to give the final word to our CAO, who's had the great opportunity to work closely with you in the recent past, and I'm going to turn it over to Maureen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So I was fortunate in my previous role with the City of Cornwall having housing and paramedic services and long-term care in our portfolio. It gave me the opportunity to get to know and work with Jim, and certainly also on EORN initiatives as well. So coming into this role, I was really quite envious of wanting to be able to work with Jim and the group of CAOs. So, and I can tell you amongst the CAO group, everybody is very happy to see you, I think, move on after a very successful career, but everybody's going to miss you greatly as well. And I know that I will, and you've always been supportive of me, even my months transitioning into SDG. So you'll always have friends here, and we're happy to tell you where you can come to eat and dine and stay and learn more about SDG if you have more time. But thank you, and thank you for everything you've done amongst the CAO group.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maureen. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Now, if I may have council's indulgence, it's time for a picture. And I'd like to have Councillor Williams, Councillor McDonald, and Councillor McGillis join Madam CAO, myself, and Jim and Meredith. I think that covers it.
It's hard to get on part of these.
That's great. Thanks, everybody. Bye now.
Bye now. We'll move into action requests. Madam Clerk,
For the excluded expenses report, the resolution is moved by Councillor Laundrie, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry approve the 2023 excluded expenses report as required under Ontario Regulation 28409.
Okay, good morning, Council. Ontario Regulation 28409 requires annual reporting to include items which are not part of the budget. We prepare a budget on a cash basis, and we don't include certain non-cash expenses such as depreciation, post-employment benefits, landfill closure costs, which don't apply to SDG. So based on the 2023 budget, the attached report includes the related non-cash expenses for the year as required by this regulation.
excuse me, questions, comments for Ms. Russell? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, seeing none, that's carried. And Madam Clerk, for the mileage policy?
It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor Densham, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry approve the revisions to mileage policy number 1-19.
Ms. Russell.
Okay. So the county's mileage policy has been reviewed. We're recommending to change the existing policy to reflect the current posted CRA mileage rate instead of what's outlined in the existing policy, which would be based on a sliding scale, which would encompass fuel costs for the Ontario region, as well as estimates for fuel expenses of the time when it was revised in 2011. However, these costs are no longer reflective of the current costs of today with all the inflationary increases and the prices of maintaining a vehicle. So I've surveyed the Eastern Ontario Treasurers Group. Out of all of the ones surveyed, 11 have responded that they are now following the CRA rate, including a few of our local municipalities as well. The impact to the county budget is minimal. We do have 3 corporate vehicles that are used for travel when required. And it's not as often that we use personal vehicles for meetings and travel. However, it will impact the budget next year and even for the remainder of this year, but not to a drastic extent. We do have coverage in the training and mileage budget for each department. Any questions?
Questions, comments? Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just a little bit of clarity, if you don't mind, please, on, I see, I'm just looking at the last paragraph on page 84, halfway through where it says employees are eligible for mileage reimbursement as a return trip from either the employee's normal work location or their residence. I'm just not sure what that, I mean, it makes it sound like they're getting paid to come to work, or able to claim mileage coming to work. I think I'm maybe misunderstanding that. From home, is that?
Okay, so that part of the policy, I'm just reading it now. We haven't made any adjustments to that section of the policy. It would be for council committees and board members who are eligible for reimbursement whenever you come to a county council meeting, for example, or to attend any board meetings of such like that, or library board members, et cetera.
Yeah, I'm referring to the one that says employees.
Oh, employees are eligible. So whenever somebody attends a conference or a meeting that's outside of the region and they're reimbursed for mileage, it would be from the time that they leave to the time they go to that, wherever it is that the conference is held, and then back.
Yeah. I figured as much. It just was a little confusing.
We could, if council wishes, we could revise the policy and bring it back with a, revised wording on that section if you'd like.
As long as it's understood to be that, I don't think it's problem.
Are you comfortable, Councillor Williams?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Then, thank you. We'll move to Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I was just going to say that it might be wise to look at which policies you have at your local level as well, just to, again, we're trying to have similar policies as possible, because I believe in this one. We had it in South Glengarry, and yeah, it's not just fuel. There's maintenance costs that go into your car as you ride it, so I like this policy for that.
Thank you. Councillor Broad?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Warden, to help Councillor Williams and Rebecca. I think the residence piece would be if we were traveling from Morrisburg, where I'm going to Brockville, I don't claim from Cornwall to Brockville, right? So, because my residency is closer to where you're going, and that's what that is related to from the residency.
Thank you. Anything further to this? Councillor St. Pierre?
Thank you, Warden. Just a quick question. So you said it's minimal impact, but do we have projected impacts to the budget?
Through you, Mr. Warden, I did canvass the directors and department heads of each department, and basically we have included in our training budgets allotments for travel, and we do believe that that these amounts will be absorbed in that budget for this year, and we'll budget accordingly next year.
Sorry, just to follow up. So sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do we have actual numbers? Like, do we think it's $5,000 hit? Do we think it's a $4,000 impact?
I don't have those numbers because we don't know when people are going to be using the corporate vehicle and when they're not. However, I could safely say that I don't think it would be more than $4,000. It's not large dollars.
Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And I believe we're going to move right down to planning, Madam Clerk. And at this point, is this the point that Councillor Gaindo? Next one.
So through you, Mr. Warden, this is the first resolution to deal with the regional incentives program approvals. It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry approve funding under the Stay, Discover, Grow Regional Incentives Program in the total amount of $122,900 for the following 8 projects. 1, the Berg Bar and Grill, Municipality of South Dundas, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $12,250. 2, Avonmore Storage and Retail, Township of North Stormont, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $18,000. 3, Vanessa McBain Massage Therapy, Township of North Stormont, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $400. 4, Tranquility Acres, Township of North Glengarry, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $20,000. 5, Ontario Incorporated 2686008, representing the property owner of the rental location currently housing the Planted Arrow, Township of North Dundas, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $18,000. 6, Artisan Kitchen and Bath, Township of South Glengarry, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $22,000. 7, 140-77512, Canada Incorporated, Lancaster Triplex, Township of South Glengarry, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $12,250. And 8, the Glengarry Market, Township of North Glengarry, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $20,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Tara Kirkpatrick, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today bringing forward these regional incentives program applications. So as you've seen here, we have a request for 8 of 9 total applicants out of 12 who had applied. We had, as a committee, a challenge at this meeting because all 12 were eligible for the Regional Incentives Committee program. And it was up to the committee to determine which ones were the most competitive of those 12, of which we managed to find funding for 9 by going through a route where the maximum funding they were eligible for was reduced so that we could potentially fund more applications that had met that eligible threshold. Of this list, the Berg Bar and Grill, starting from the top, we have quite a few new businesses. So with the Berg Bar and Grill, it's located in Morrisburg. This is replacing a restaurant that had been there for, I believe, over 40 years. So when the new applicant had come in after purchasing that building, they were faced with a number of building and fire code challenges that needed to be met as a new business. So this funding is going to enable them to meet those demands so that they can reopen as a new restaurant and bar and grill. They're bringing in live music, which will be new to that establishment and providing a need in the area. For the next one, Avonmore Storage and Retail is similarly, this one is actually a vacant building that has been vacant for over 20 years. It's a former egg grading station located in Avonmore, and in their case, they're looking at a total gut and flip. So what they're working on is they've totally gutted this old establishment, which is essentially a century barn, and they're putting storage units in the bulk of that space. At the frontage of the building, they had formerly had an arcade, so it was already previously used as something of a retail space. In that location, they're looking at putting in a new retail store, which would be an interesting addition to Avonmore, which has a small but beautiful main street. And we do anticipate that this will have a major impact on Avonmore in that they only have, I believe, 3 other businesses in that sector. And it is definitely an effect that we're seeing that I think is a spillover from Finch, where the program has been enormously successful in helping to revitalize that neighboring Main Street. In this case, you're predominantly paying for the creation of the retail space and a few of the other elements that will make it feasible as a business. The next request was very small. So Vanessa McVeigh Massage Therapy, it's one of the new residents of North Stormont. She has established an at-home business as a massage therapist. She's asking for $400 towards signage so that people recognize that she does have that commercial establishment. For Ontario Inc., the Planted Arrow rental location, this is one of the oldest buildings in, I would say, the counties. Located in Winchester, it's a beautiful establishment. It's well over 100 years old, and it does need to meet some accessibility standards, which is the predominant feature that is at part of their application. They're also looking at some updates and some restoration of that site, which will make it more appealing, but also more accessible for clients to the multiple businesses that are in there, of which the Planted Arrow is the dominant one. For Tranquility Acres out of North Glengarry, you'll note that this is one that's actually come back to you. So Tranquility Acres had applied for the program about 2 years ago, and unfortunately during COVID, due to outside factors, that business was sold. And as a result of the sale of the business, the grant monies came back to us and were actually reinvested last year. That does not eliminate them from being able to apply as new owners for that site. So the new owners have come forward with a very similar project that was first proposed to us 2 years ago. And I'm very happy to say that the wedding venue that is the dominant use of that space is coming back. This business is very unique to SDNG, and it's very unique to Eastern Ontario. We don't have a lot of competing locations of this style in Eastern Ontario that can offer this kind of luxurious getaway. It's a multi-million-dollar estate. So the main structure on this property is a large wooden building, similar structure to the Chateau Montebello, but as a home. They have over 5,000 square feet of stone terrace on that property. They've got elaborate fountains. It's a 200-acre property, and they're running it as more of a resort location getaway. The main house is used as the private residence of the owners, and as well as it's used for events. It's been properly zoned as such. And they also have an Airbnb on site in a separate building. The piece that they've come forward for is actually a wedding and event pavilion. So I hope to say that some of our county events might take place there in the future, starting with a ribbon cutting once the structure is done, so that we can showcase this location. But it is going to be attracting, and they already are, their outdoor weddings are attracting couples from across our region, but also as far away as Toronto and beyond. So it is drawing a lot of economic development and tourism development into our area, and we can see that these events are going to continue. They had one of their first public events was actually a whiskey tasting that was held earlier this year. So we will look forward to seeing this business continue to thrive, and the pavilion with the washrooms that are part of it are going to help. And the washrooms were a major component, because when you're having very elaborate wedding and you're using a porta potty, it's mixed signals for the guests. It doesn't always match. So that one is one of our larger ones at an ask of $20,000, and that's part of a much larger project that is in excess of, I believe this one was around $250,000. Moving on to Canada Inc. Lancaster Triplex. Again, you'll find a resounding theme with most of our regional incentives applications in that we are very strong at filling vacant buildings in our downtown sectors. And following on that theme is the Lancaster Triplex. It's firmly been used. The upstairs is residential. The downstairs has been home to numerous small businesses, including a Dollarama at one point. And it has sat vacant as a triplex on Main Street in downtown Lancaster for some time, and some units longer than others. And what's come forward is the new owners have come forward and they're proposing, again, a total gut of this space, interior and exterior, upstairs and downstairs. They're putting in new residential spaces upstairs that are outside of our program, so we don't fund residential, but it is going to be helping to create new residential apartment complexes. So they believe there's 2 to 3 units upstairs. Downstairs, they're putting in a space for a rental unit on one side where it would be the perfect location if somebody were to come in as a barrister or as a small store or a tiny boutique. It's a smaller space. And the owner of the building is actually a sign maker who's bringing a very successful business from Montreal into Lancaster. So he's going to be using 2 of those spaces to expand his business and to offer some new components of his business. And in this case, we're asking for funding for a total of 50% up to $12,250. And the final one is exciting in that it's a revitalization that we don't see too often, in that the Glengarry Market came to us as one of our very first regional incentives applications. And they had a very small ask at that time to renovate a very small space in Alexandria so that they could put in a cooperative-based establishment that can act as a bricks and mortar farmer's market, essentially. So they brought in refrigeration, they brought in, I believe at the time when they first founded, there were over 30 local vendors that they were selling. They have now come back to us because their business has exploded, they're short of space, and they need to have a more permanent headquarters and a building that's not rented but purchased. And they had gone to the Township of North Glengarry and actually purchased the former town hall on Main Street, which has been gutted back down to the brick. And they've come to us to ask for funding so that they can reestablish that location in a much, much larger building that they now own, and to bring in even more local vendors to promote local food, local artisans, local services. They're also opening up a cafe as well as a beanery, I think I'm calling it the wrong thing, a beanery, where they're going to be roasting coffee. They are already doing that somehow in their tiny location. And they're making kimchi. In order to make this even bigger agritourism space, they're proposing to glass in the space where they're producing so that it can become more of an agritourism learning center. And they're also putting in a kitchen where they can offer cooking classes. So what started as a very small concept in Alexandria that serves all of the counties, because their farmers are actually coming from every corner of SDG and a little bit of Prescott-Russell, has now grown into a food movement that's going to be very unique and offer a lot of tourism and food security options. And in this case, they have asked for a total recommended of 50% up to $20,000, which is recommended by the committee. And that is, I believe, the final of this round, unless you would like me to do the 9th, which is part of the next.
Yes, we can do the 9th, please. This is, so on the 8th, do we have questions from members of council about any of the 8? Councillor McGillis.
I have no questions about this. I just want to make a comment, if I could, Mr. Warden. Just want to thank you, Tara. You're always there every time we put something on in South Stormont. The other Friday, we had the Chamber of Commerce put a breakfast meeting on with all businesses from our municipality were there. And a lot of them still don't know about all of the incentives that we offer in the CIP at the local level and the upper tier here with the RIP. And you're always there explaining very well. You pass the message on. and you deliver it well. And I just want to say thanks for always coming out and explaining to our businesses what is there for them and what we offer so that they can continue working and being more effective and more efficient. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Warden, thank you so much. And anytime, I know that you've had a wealth of ribbon cuttings, please invite me to attend. I am happy to come and meet any of your businesses that either I've met them or I'd like to meet them. And I consider our entire county council to be ambassadors for our program. So please do invite me, and I'm always more than happy to attend. And we were delighted to help sponsor the breakfast that was held last week to relaunch the chamber, because we know that our chambers serve a great role in terms of promoting our economic development, and I'm here to support in any way that I can.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor McGillis. Further questions, comments on the 8? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? There's none. That's carried. And at this point, thank you, Councillor Gaydon. You'll speak to the 9th. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Landry, that Council approve funding under the Stay, Discover, Grow Regional Incentives Program in the total amount of $1,050 for the following one project: Cornwall Township Historical Society, Township of South Stormont, in the amount of 50% up to a max of $1,050.
Thank you. Ms. Kirkpatrick.
So this is a really interesting project in its uniqueness. So you'll note that non-for-profits are eligible to apply for the Regional Incentives Program, and we have had quite a few who have come forward. In this case, the nonprofit is the Cornwall Township Historical Society, who had approached Crossroad Convenience, which is for those of you who are unaware, it's the corner store right essentially across from the church in St. Andrews. And they have an old barn behind them that it's in good shape. It's not pretty. Like it's got a lot of rust, and what they're proposing to do is, although it's not pretty and it's very large and it takes up a large amount of space on Main Street that is highly visible from the very heavily trafficked Highway 138. It also sits at kitty corner to one of the crossroads for the County Road 18, thank you, which is also quite heavily trafficked by a lot of our vehicular traffic, which we know is going towards the 401 as well as throughout other county roads. In this case, what they're looking at is painting one side of that building, and they would love to have painted more sides of that building, but for the cost of the painting, they're going to be painting one side of that very large barn, the side that most predominantly faces the 138, so that they can erect a mural that has already been paid for separately and put it onto that panel of the barn. So you'll note that the regional incentives program that they're asking for is specifically to prepare and paint the one side of the barn. Separately, through SDG Tourism's regional grants, they had received funding for some of the cost of the mural itself. The remaining of it they've actually done through an enormous amount of community fundraising to raise the cost of the mural itself, as well as the remaining cost of the paint project, because we would only be paying 50% up to that maximum of $1,050. So it's going to be a nice project in that it is going to have a number of impacts. For one, it's meeting a regional incentives program goal of making something not so prettier, because that is one of our goals, is beautification. And it's also creating a great deal of economic vitality in that area, because the mural itself is beautiful and it's going to be telling this history of South Stormont, but it also helps to further the goals of the tourism elements that are part of that. So the community does have a number of tours that they operate: walking tours, driving tours, historical tours, and the mural and its proximity and the story it's telling about everything surrounding it is going to help tell some of that story.
Questions, comments from members of council? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. We're going to move into tenders and quotations. Madam Clerk, if you would present the resolutions.
It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry accept the tender from Aqua Drain Sewer Services Incorporated for the lining of various culverts at their unit prices totaling $284,574.36 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Yes, hello, Mr. Jans, please go ahead.
Good morning, thank you. I'll speak to this one. This is something that we do every year, line culverts so that we can avoid digging the road and make use of the existing shape under the road, but provide a new structural element that has a 50-year lifespan. The cost breakdown is that it's approximately 1/3 to 1/4 the cost of excavating the road, laying a new pipe, and then replacing the asphalt on top. So a very economical solution to maintain the drainage under the road. And we recommend that we proceed with this.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? There's none. That's carried. Madam Clerk, the concrete box culvert pre-purchase.
Moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor Broad, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry accept the tender from Power Precast Solutions for the purchase of a precast concrete structure at the total price of $54,074.81 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you. Mr. Jans.
Thank you. I'll speak to this tender as well as to the next one, which are related. They're both for the same site, same location. So this would be the pre-purchase tender for the culvert itself at the value of $54,000, which we feel is a good price for a culvert. And the reason to replace this culvert is that it will be in a section of road that we plan to resurface next year. So by getting ahead of it this year, we will have a patch of asphalt. But in the future, when we resurface the road, we recycle the asphalt, we put the new overlay. We won't have to come back and have joints in the asphalt. We'll have a nice consistent asphalt through that section. So it is important that we get ahead of it and replace that culvert. And then we put out a tender for the replacement as well. And again, we feel we got a good price on the replacement as well. This, of course, was something that we were proposing to do in lieu of Martintown. So some of the funding from Martintown was to be diverted to this, get this done, and then any remaining money would go back to the Martintown Reserve. So we feel that we're getting a very good price, that we're not spending too much money on this item, and that it is a strategic replacement that is worth doing at these values. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would read the resolution to the Upper Moose Creek culvert replacement.
It's moved by Councillor Laundrie, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry accept the tender from WH McSwain Incorporated for the installation of the new Upper Moose Creek culvert at their unit prices totaling $121,900 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions, comments on the pre-purchase or the replacement? Seeing none, all those in favor of both? We'll just do both. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's passed. And that would be for both, Madam Clerk. Thank you. And the resolution for the car chargers.
It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Williams, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry accept the quotation from Bergeron Electric Limited for the installation of electrical car chargers and the installation of 2 new flagpoles and removal of the surplus parking lot light poles at their lump sum price of $57,695 plus HST, and that the Director of Transportation Services be authorized to sign all necessary documents to give effect to the contract.
Thank you. Mr. Jans or Mr. DeHaan?
I'll be taking this one again. Thank you. This one's called the car charger quotation, but it's really a little bit more than that. The parking lot was repaved in 2020, and since then the light poles have been either non-functional or unreliable. This particular scope of work includes removal of those 2 existing light poles that aren't really working for us. They're bulky, they're in the way, and we can revise the parking layout a little bit once we get those out of there. And we will be putting in a new light pole that will cover the front. We do have a plan to put lighting on the walls, wall packs to light up the parking lot. That will come separately and a little bit later, but part of this work here will be just the removal of those big tall light poles. The installation of a new one, 2 flag poles that we've been looking to implement for about a year now. The previous council was very interested in that. So 2 new flag poles in addition to the 2 existing flag poles, and as well as the car chargers. I'd just like to add that Tara was able to secure funding last year that pre-purchased the car chargers and the engineering design from EVB for an electrical site plan layout, all the connection details inside, everything. So what we're looking at here is simply to trench out to the location, put the base pads in, and the conduits, run all the wires, and put the pre-purchased car chargers in place. So we already have those in storage on site, and this is simply for the lights, the flags, and the installation.
Thank you for that. Questions, comments? Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And the car chargers, who will be allowed to use them, and will there be any type of locking system or cost recovery, or what's the anticipated ongoing cost of supplying that?
Right, so the power obviously is going to go through our meter, but the chargers will not just be plug it in and walk away. You're going to need to have, there's a phone app that the manufacturer of the charger has created. We will be able to set rates so that this is either cost neutral or even profitable, which we can come back to you for guidance on once we're getting to the point of implementing them. Initially, the plan is that they are not locked out or that anybody with the app can charge their car. We do believe that at some point in the future, it's entirely possible that we could have electric fleet vehicles, at which point we may be interested in taking 2 of the chargers out from free use public use to being completely locked out, reserved for transportation services or whatever department has an electric fleet vehicle. But initially, no, that's not the case. It would just be anybody who's an employee, a visitor, et cetera, could come in and use the charger.
Go ahead, Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So effectively, it's a first come, first serve, and I'm just thinking as more and more people get electric cars, we may have to look at ways of being allotting the access to it in a fair way. But thank you.
And Councillor Densham, you caused me to think about what goes on at another workplace that I'm aware of. I think it's every 3 hours you only have a 3-hour allotment, and then you have to move your car. And they have parking enforcement that looks after that. And so it does become a challenge for people and others that are waiting to be charged. As Councillor Densham is alluding to, there'll be more and more people with electric cars that need to be charged. And the other workplace I'm thinking of, it is quite a challenge to make sure people are mindful of that. So that's something that I think we're going to have to be mindful of. Any other questions, comments on the car chargers and the flagpoles and the remediation of the asphalt and the lights? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. At this point, I think I'd like to take 7 minutes for stretch your legs. I know some of us had the opportunity, but not everyone did. So Perfect. And we're going to move into bylaws. We have Ms. Russell at the table, and Madam Clerk, a resolution for the annual insurance renewal.
It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, that bylaw number 5402, being a bylaw to authorize the acceptance of the municipal insurance program proposal submitted by Marsh for the period July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, at a total premium of $222,817 plus applicable taxes, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you. Ms. Russell.
So July 1st each year, we renew our annual municipal liability insurance. This year, we'll be seeing an 8% increase over the 2022-2023 policy. This renewal premium increase is in line with the current economic inflation rates. Additionally, we are still in what is considered to be a hard market in the insurance industry, consisting of increased premiums, reduced coverage, and fewer insurers able to write various class of business. Based on the volatility of the market, I was actually quite surprised to see that we were seeing an 8% increase. I was anticipating more along the lines of 15%, 12 to 15%. There's been no changes to the coverage of deductibles, and the increase in insurance premiums fall within our budget. And just on a note, just last week I was at an Eastern Ontario Treasurers meeting, and we did discuss insurance, and when I mentioned an 8%, they said I would jump on that because the increase that they're seeing is much larger. So I'm very happy to come in with an 8% increase, and I'm very happy that the broker was able to get this for us.
That certainly is a nice rate increase, 8%. Questions, comments from members of council? Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you, Mayor Warden. I get a question on the cyber insurance for the $800. Is there different levels of insurance that you could obtain for cyber insurance, or is there just one kind of line item? The only reason I'm asking is because, fortunately, the company I'm employed with is going through the same issues with being cyber attacked, and it's quite a onerous exercise for our company to deal with that, not only during but the aftermath. And I think we need to make sure we're well protected in terms of the cyber, and that we're getting the highest, I believe, the highest quality of insurance coverage as we can. Thank you.
I can speak to the, we've had the cyber insurance for quite some time. I think 2011, maybe 2013. I'm looking over to Mike because he's filled out the onerous applications, multiple applications, and all the information. I know we can't really talk to what the coverage entails in open council, but I would say we are one of the lucky ones because we have already had the insurance that we are able to continue with it. But those who have not had the cyber insurance and are going into that market, there are not a lot of insurers that are electing to take on additional clients. With regards to the coverage, there's, and I mean, maybe Mike would be better to answer this, but there's a lot of factors involved that would determine your risk. Where you sit on the risk level, with multi-factor now being a main thing, and things that they're requesting that you accomplish in order to be insured. But for us, we've checked a lot of the boxes off on what our policies and controls are, but I think in more detail, I don't know, Mike, if you want to add anything to that, or
Sorry, and I understand, and I appreciate that we can't get into specifics, but I just want to kind of know if there was different levels of cyber insurance and just seeing kind of where we're at with the protection.
Yeah, there certainly are different levels. This has been a hot topic with the IT leaders in the EOWC group that I've been participating in, and some municipalities are not even insurable. Or if they are insurable, the rates are outrageous compared to what they get. So I think our coverage hasn't changed from the beginning. And while the rate went up by about 75% since I was first involved with it, it's still very reasonable for the coverage we're getting. So again, we don't want to discuss this in open council, but we can get you details of our coverage afterwards if you want.
Well, Councillor St. Pierre, if there's questions that you'd like to ask offline, you can do that.
No, I just had another question regarding, if I may.
Go ahead.
Through you. So I understand, again, just from experience that we've been dealing with, that some of the older operating equipment, computers, operating systems, we cannot get, they don't offer coverage on some of the older systems. Is our computer systems kind of near the age where we're going to need to start upgrading just to make sure we got cyber coverage, or?
All I'm going to say is that currently we are insurable, and we do have a evergreen kind of plan in place to replace systems as they age out. So that's part of our risk mitigation strategy as well, obviously. So, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. The next will be the municipal access agreement. Mr. Dahan and Madam Clerk, the bylaw.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor Landry, that bylaw number 5403, being a bylaw to enter into a municipal access agreement with NetSolid for the expansion of their high-speed internet service, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you, Mr. Dahan.
Thank you. Just very briefly, a smaller company that's serving Eastern Ontario, Quebec, specifically looking to expand their network in the Craig K. Baynesville area. So, trying to increase their footprint, offering some good rural fiber internet services for our residents. So this is just the standard municipal access agreement that we have in place. We entered into the same agreement with Explore, and we're recommending the same. And this is what gives them permission to put infrastructure in the right of way. And then once that is approved, once this is approved, then the actual where it exactly goes, we work through that at a staff level. But this is the kind of umbrella agreement that they would use to be able to do that.
Sounds exciting. Questions, comments? Councillor McDonald, followed by Councillor Williams.
First, a comment. I'm very glad to see we often have services move west to east. It's nice to see them move east to west. So anytime we can use our Quebec partners or a business that starts in Quebec, glad to see that. And then my subsequent question was on page, I believe it's 130, and I think this is the same contract that you have with other providers. Have we ever had any trouble with that percentage of relocation costs paid by municipality? Has that ever come up, that 1.5? That it seems like a good schedule to me, but I was just curious if there was history where we had to pay to relocate, or is it mostly works out for us?
I would say it mostly doesn't work out for us, and that's why we put this kind of thing into the agreement. So I think this is more, we're going to say that's a more modern way to look at it, where because municipalities now have developed pretty good short, medium, and long-term plans, where I don't know if that could be the case in past history. This is just the way that it's, we can describe to them, we're coming here, this is where we want you to go, because in 5 years from now, we're ripping this up, putting in a new roundabout, putting in X, putting in Y. And if they choose to put it, we could, and those negotiations come from that kind of discussion. So, it works for us when it works.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Do you happen to know if this company is part of the federal provincial broadband initiative?
So my understanding is no, it's not part of the of that broadband expansion project. This is just a company that's trying to push themselves out into Eastern Ontario.
Right. Thank you.
Anything further? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Official Plan Amendment number 17, Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, that bylaw number 5404, being a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment number 17 to the official plan of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warden Fraser. I'm just here with our planning technician, Megan Benoit, to speak to the report.
Good morning. OPA 17 is an individual-initiated official plan amendment application, and if passed, will result in a special land use district. Zoning bylaw amendment was also filed with the Township of South Glengarry simultaneous to this OPA application. The subject property is located in the former geographic Township of Lancaster, now the Township of South Glengarry. being part of Lot 35, Concession 1, municipally known as 20532 South Service Road. The property is within the urban settlement area of Lancaster and is zoned residential district. The subject property is approximately 15.79 hectares. The requested designation will only be on a portion of the land, the most northern piece, which is approximately 2.7 hectares, which is roughly 6.67 acres. In the council package within the staff report, there is a key map that outlines the property as a whole. The thatched area on that map is the property that will be affected by the OPA. The applicants are seeking a redesignation from residential district to commercial district with a special exception to allow light industrial uses on the property. The Township of South Glengarry has held a public meeting on April 24th for the OPA and zoning bylaw amendment. The council supported the recommendation, and we have not received any comments or recurrent concerns from the public to date regarding this matter. It is our staff's recommendation that council approve the official plan amendment.
Thank you. Questions, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you for that presentation. And the next one is the fees and charges. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor Landry, that bylaw number 5405, being a bylaw to adopt a fees and charges bylaw, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Mr. Young.
Thank you, Warden Fraser. Pleased to report we're actually here to lower some fees for part law control. We've worked with municipalities on a more efficient process using digital signatures, reducing our postage and trips back and forth between the offices. So we're recommending the part law control fee be lowered from $8.55 to $3.50. There's also in this bylaw update some transportation, some harmonization of fees, and a charge for municipal consents for utilities, which does take up a lot of staff time.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. On page 185, the guided jail tours, it says children 5 to 11 is $60. I'm guessing that maybe shouldn't be right unless you're allowed to bring 5 to 11 kids with you for $60.
We can just fix the typo, but thank you for bringing that to our attention, definitely.
I've been informed that it's a typo and it'll be amended. Thank you.
They create a lot of mess, so we're got to charge them.
Anything else for the fees and charges? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Before we read the consent agenda resolution, is there anything from directors or managers? Madam Clerk, the consent agenda resolution.
It's moved by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor Densham, that all items listed under the consent agenda section of the agenda be received for information purposes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. We're going to move into boards and committees. The Warden's report. I've had the good fortune to sit on a selection committee for the Ontario Winter Games Legacy Award bursary, and I was so pleased to be able to sit there and recognize the efforts of our local high school students, their athletic prowess and their academic prowess. It is quite heartening to see such high marks with such busy young people doing so many things athletically as volunteers and academically and their aspirations for the future. And Madam CIO and myself had the opportunity to sit and go through that process, and it really was quite a pleasant morning. Later that day, Madam CEO and myself attended the Shared Services Managers update, and it was an update as would be expected. There was nothing earth-shattering, just that costs are going up and struggles are out there to find employees, I should say, and those challenges alike. We did have an opportunity to listen to Chief Lister talk about the paramedics and the challenges that they're facing as everyone throughout Ontario, I'm sure, is facing the similar challenges, but they definitely are close to home challenges for us as they affect those we know and love. Madam, yes. There's one other thing. The Warden's Breakfast was just held. I almost forgot about that. The Warden's Breakfast, I want to thank those that supported that effort. I've mentioned their names once, and I could do it again, but I surely would miss someone the second time around. But I do want to thank everyone that supported that, helped organize that, and made it such a wonderful event. It was enjoyed by all, and I had an opportunity to speak to one of my fellow county councillors just a few minutes ago, talking about one of our presenters. There were 5 people that spoke, and our keynote speaker spoke about mental health in our area, and mental health as we move through the pandemic. But some of the notes that were spoken about, some of her topics, her main points, dealt with, again, I go back to students and the struggle students are having coming out of the pandemic and the remote learning that they went through for 2 or 3 years, and the pressures they're going to find now going to different environments to sit in classrooms and to have the pressures that they weren't facing at home face them as they move to the different situation. All in all, it was I was very happy with the event, and much more than happy. I was very appreciative of all the support I had for that. I think I'll turn it over to the Madam CAO in case there's something I missed.
No, I think that was a very good summary.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. The library board. I'm not sure who I want to ask about the library board because I think we all enjoyed ourselves. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll go to Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, we had our last meeting in June the 8th with our leader, Karen Franklin, who is retiring, and I'm sure it'll come up again. We had a chance to meet Rebecca Luck, the incoming replacement for Karen. Looking forward to that. We had some good discussions on the performance review. We also had an update on the Moorwood Express unit, and also looked at the 2022 annual report, where we circulated over 336,000 articles through our library. So it's pretty exciting. So when they officially put out the annual report, it'll be exciting to look at those numbers. And just want to remind everybody, our program for 2023, SDG Reads, Maureen Jennings, and the Paradise Cafe series is available at all your local library branches. So please get out and read those books and attend our event in October.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Councillor Broad. Councillor Landry, would you have anything to add?
There we go. Yes, if I may add, so not so much on the actual library. The focus was Karen's last, not chairing the meeting, but being our director of the library. We did have a nice evening. We did go for a little bite and a little social after, which I really appreciated. Over my last term, sitting 4 years and now being still a member in this new term of council, which I had the opportunity to work with Karen. It was a pleasure. I hope that you have a well-deserved retirement and enjoy, as many said, your garden and the next chapter in your lifetime. So thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing you outside of the role, but still being considered a good friend. Thanks.
And I'd be remiss not to continue. So, Councillor McDonald was in attendance, and I think he may have a few words.
So Karen, thank you very much for your service. Just like Frank's saying, Frank knew you personally. I probably knew you by proxy via work, and obviously my mom working at the library board and my father working at the counties. So they've always said nice things about you. My family's pretty nice, so I don't know if that's a high barometer, but my mom was always proud to work with you, and I was too, to have those last 7 months, I guess, a short time compared to Frank's. Thank you for everything you do, and of course, I'm a big believer of libraries. I think I've said that around this table many times, so thank you for being a steward of our libraries. It means a lot to me and my family, and everybody who reads and those who will read in the future.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. And I looked at a former library board member that sat in attendance. This is somewhat of a farewell that we're passing on to Karen Franklin, Councillor McDonald. This is your last meeting with us. So here's your opportunity to say something nice. And I'm sure you will.
Thank you for the 1 minute warning. Yeah, I'll try harder than I did at your little supper. But no, thank you, Karen, for all the work that you've done. You've always been a professional, and you can see when you're giving your reports how excited you are about the library. Probably not as excited as Councillor Broad was there a few minutes ago. I was pretty excited about the library for a minute. But again, you've always been a professional, and yeah, as Frank said, when we see you out at other events, you are a friend. And if you ever need to, have anybody to talk to, you want the inside scoop, give me a call. Enjoy your retirement.
And so to the library board update, it was a well-organized party. Organized by some of our fellow library board members and staff, and it was a pleasure to see you have such joy, enjoying the evening, and to see a different your emotions at the meeting, and we leave that to Margaret McDonald to bring those out. But as Councillor Landry speaks, and we both had the opportunity to get on the library board the last term, and I was so happy. I had the opportunity to get on the library board, to be amongst people led by you that had a shared passion for the library, and your efforts and enthusiasm and energy and positive outlook on the library. It's infectious, and Councillor Broad has picked up the infection very quickly, and that speaks highly of your efforts. And thank you so much for all you've done for the SDG Library and in the years that you've been with us. So thank you very much, and I'd like to give a round of applause to Karen, please. Did you want to speak?
With Fredericton Public Library, and that was just the thing that kind of set me off from being kind of a generalist, Bachelor of Arts, into finding a passion and finding a direction and a desire to be with the public. And I can tell you right now, and I believed it then, and I still believe it now, people come to us in the library for the most wonderful reasons. They're not forced to, it's not part of a curriculum thing, they come because they want to. And to be able to engage with people at all ages and stages of life, in all socioeconomic circumstances, with crazy ideas and very serious ideas and personal aspirations of all sorts. It's so rewarding, and it's such a wonderful environment to meet people and be with people. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that libraries in our communities do for us, is it allows us to all come for the right reasons. Please support the libraries. I've believed it for 40 years. I still believe it. Apparently I've got a lifelong membership to the library, this library now, which may or may not go down well in budget time, but I don't care. But I really truly believe that a library in your community, a library in your life, is going to be one of the most rewarding things that you actually have. It sounds weird, but it's true. Very much so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Police Services Board, anything to report from Councillor McGillis?
Did we talk about the action plan yet, this council? Okay, I can mention a few things about that. Our last meeting, we had Councillor McDonald was there, and Jim Wart, actually, and it was in attendance with Inspector Mark Hemrick. He's a commander of the detachment in Long Sault. And he made a really good presentation with respect to the action plan template that he brought forward to us. And I'm just going to read a little summary of the action plan that he had delivered to us. And the OPP action plan ensures effective and adequate policing is provided provincially as legislated and identifies our people, our work, and our communities and its priorities. The SDG detachment action plan builds on to include operational priorities and continuous improvement of our effective and efficient day-to-day delivery of programs and services locally. Our mission is to serve the province by protecting its citizens, upholding the law, and preserving public safety is what every SDG detachment member strives to do. Some of the things that we did talk about, just there's maybe make a suggestion that maybe when you do your minutes, you can maybe pass along the information to all county council members, and so they understand what the differences are in this action plan. But just to highlight some key things, it was traffic safety was the purpose of that is to reduce the motor vehicle collisions. They want to promote more marine safety, promote more trail safety. They continue to develop and enhance existing relationships with all agencies throughout the counties of SDG and the City of Cornwall and Indigenous territories of Akwesasne as well. So all these things are coming together, and hopefully it's going to be a big improvement in terms of safety and locally servicing us better. So that's all I have right now, but I'm looking forward to maybe passing that on to all the county council members. Thank you. That's all I have. Maybe
Thank you for
Jamie
the
has,
report. Eastern Ontario Health Unit, Councillor Williams. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. I'll take it this month. We met last Thursday. Most of the meeting was taken up with receiving the audited financial statements for the year, and everything was fine and looked good. Nothing jumped out that showed that there was any problems. I may mention something just as a point of interest that I found interesting just out of those financial statements, and the Healthy Babies, Healthy Childhood Children program is funded by the provincial government at about 1.4 million. Now, just a point of interest, that funding has stayed exactly the same. I think they said for 8 years, but for many years anyway. So just a note that when we were looking at previous years, there used to be about $100,000 went towards resources and promotion for that program, and that amount that goes for resources and promotion now is at $10,000. And that's just a fact of life. If you leave program funding at exactly the same, wages go up, costs go up, and you have to cut somewhere because you have a definite line item that you can't go over the 1.4 million. So, we do have some lobbying to do with the provincial government to keep these, if they're going to have these programs, they can't just stay stagnant for, 8-10 years and the funding doesn't change, because costs do change, and it makes the program less effective. I'm happy to say that every health unit meeting is going to talk about COVID, but it's getting to be a very small part of our agenda. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm going to continue with you, Councillor Lang, on Glenstour Dunlodge.
Yeah, we have not had a meeting since our last SDG update. Our next meeting is Wednesday, June 21st. So our next meeting will have a full update.
Thank you. St. Lawrence River Institute, Councillor Gaindow.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, the River Institute had its AGM in May. I'd like to announce that Deborah Daigle has agreed to stay on as the chair for one more year. and Mike Pescott has agreed to move into the vice chair position. At the meeting, we awarded the River Awards for 2022 and 2023 to individuals who made a significant contribution to the health of the river. I'd just like to announce that the 2022 winner was Abe Francis, and the 2023 winner was Chris Moray.
Thank you for that report. The Raisin South Nation Source Water Protection, Councillor Bergeron is not able to attend. She asked me to relay that the next meeting won't take place before our next meeting, and she'll report at our next meeting on the source water protection. Municipal Advisory Algonquin Land Claim, no. Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, Councillor Williams. Regional Incentive Program Approvals Committee, Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'd be happy to lead off, and if Councillor St. Pierre or Councillor Gano wants to add, feel free. So we heard today through the motion that it was a successful second intake. Successful but challenging. We basically had about 2 times the requests that we had money available for. So we really had to sharpen our pencils. I think the committee did a really good job at focusing on the items that will bring value to the county as well, striking the balance to be able to distribute across to as many businesses as possible. And I have to really recognize the strong efforts of Tara and the local EDOs who did a really, really good job of preparing each of the businesses to present their case, helping them showcase the great value that they're bringing to the counties and taking it across the finish line for them. And lastly, we have exhausted the budget for this year, but I would encourage businesses to start looking to next year so that if they want to participate, they're ready to go. I know Tara would be very happy to work with them, as would their local EDOs.
Thank you. Is there anything to add from any other members? And then we'll do the last, the Social Development Council, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I should mention with regards to the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, the reason I said no report is because Louis Bellon spoke at length at your breakfast, so it's not obviously necessary for me to kind of get into any of that. With regards to the Social Development Council, as you all know, I'm quite a new board member at the moment. They had their annual general meeting just the other day, and it proves to be a very busy organization that really partners with other not-for-profits and social service agencies across Cornwall and SDG. They kind of operate quite under the radar, and so often people really are not aware of the work they do. But you did when Melissa and Lisa made their presentation today. Much of the partnering that the housing initiative is working with is the Social Development Council and the United Way, and those partnerships are critical because it's the Social Development Council that is the expert on homelessness and poverty, for example, and so that good work that they do, you may not hear a lot about it, but it's the foundation for a lot of other stuff that goes on. The Social Development Council will be losing its funding. Apparently, the province is changing the way they fund wherever that came from, and so there is a talk about trying to figure out a sustainability plan there. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for that report. At this point, we're going to move into key information. Mr. Dahan and Mr. Duncan.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate your time. We wanted to bring this to council's attention and get some feedback before we presented the final updated policy to council. Just if there's any, we're looking, again, looking for feedback if there's anything that we should be considering adding into it. Phil here has been busy working away since hired last September. One of the tasks that he was assigned was take a look at some of our policies and practices and update them as necessary and put them into kind of today's modern world and how we work. So this is one of the policies that Phil had made some recommendations, worked with Derek and his team to make some recommendations in terms of how we can update our tree protection policy. One thing before I get too far into it is we did want to have a council member participate on the community forest working group, and we just wanted to confirm who that might be, because that is something we want to coordinate a meeting on in the very near future. Everybody's, what's going on in the ceiling, everybody?
Do we have someone that would like to participate on that? Councillor Lang has his hand up.
I'm not very senior, but I'm interested.
Perfect, that's great, thank you. So we'll be in touch.
Unless there's someone that wants to vie for the position.
Yeah.
Good.
Perfect, thank you. We'll be in touch to get that sorted out. So one of the this policy is an existing policy that we are proposing to update, and both the draft and the the draft policy and the existing policy have been provided to council. It was originally approved in 2004, and the updates are really making sure that county staff are dealing with issues in an appropriate manner. This applies to all trees on county property, so it's not only county forests, which is where most of the trees are, but it also affects right-of-way and how we manage work in the right-of-way, or tree management in the right-of-way. And if there's no changes or any kind of minor things that council brings forward today, we'll bring it back in July for final approval, and we'll continue on that way. Very quickly, in terms of what the proposed changes are, we did update the title of this policy to make sure it's clear that this policy is applying to both forests and the right-of-way. In the old policy, there was a term that was a knowledgeable staff person who was assessing trees, and from our perspective, we have well-qualified staff members with Phil and our patrol supervisors who work with trees on a regular basis, and we felt that we didn't need to qualify them as well qualified, qualify them as knowledgeable, so we took that out. We added some wording to section 4 of that draft policy just to strengthen our ability on how we remove hazard trees on private property and manage costs. We wanted a little bit of flexibility in there depending on the circumstance on how we want to resolve those things. In section 5, we updated some wording for the requested removal of healthy trees. Fortunately, that doesn't happen too often, but it does happen where someone may need to, they've got a development or a property that they want to develop. We have trees in the right-of-way that are perhaps functioning as a windbreak or something like that, and they need to remove a tree or two to be able to provide access to their property. So there is a mechanism to compensate for the removal of healthy trees, and we just increase the flexibility there so that we can work with property owners on a little bit more of a flexible level. One thing that we included, which is essentially how we manage work that we do or damage to county right-of-way or things, county-owned infrastructure, is that we included in this policy that any repairs of damage would be repaid at full cost recovery. And the last thing we did was provide more flexibility in terms of what types of trees we would replace with, because it was very overly prescriptive in terms of the trees that were identified, and we felt that there was an opportunity there just to, Phil as a professional will, an expert is how I like to. Well, I think that's a fair description for you. Him working with others in the industry can make some good selection in terms of trees, depending on the circumstance, location, all those good things. So I won't belabor it too much, and looking for any feedback or comments from council.
Questions, comments, thoughts? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. With regards to all of the dead ash in the right-of-way, I certainly see a lot of it. Is there any attempt to work with, like, let's say, the neighboring property owner to get those trees down or anything like that?
I'm going to start a little bit on that, and then maybe do you want to talk about the hazard? Actually, talk about that first. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, with the number of ash trees along the county roadside, you know, it's quite an endeavor to try and remove all of them. But then it does come down to a safety issue. So, you know, in the patrol staff driving around, they're sort of prioritizing the trees that they do need to remove and then targeting those ones with the available budget.
And we have had instances where, I mean, sometimes it's very clear it's on our property, sometimes it's very clear it's on private property. We try and work the best we can with landowners to address trees that need to be removed, or ash trees in particular that need to be removed, and how we go about doing that. So there's no hard and fast rule. It's very circumstance dependent.
Thank you. Anything further? Then we'll move on to the next one, the patrol staffing proposal.
Thank you. And I've got Derek here with me today. I'm going to start, and Derek's going to really talk very specifically about the challenges that we're faced with. I can say just to put this report in context for council, I've delivered how many hundreds of presentations to council over my career, and this has got to be one of the top presentations in terms of importance that we want to convey to council that I've ever participated in. And I say that because it is a very important topic for this department. It really is something that we have to very much turn our minds to in today's world, and the challenges we continue to have with not only recruitment, but competing levels of service and some of the many activities that we are busy with on a daily basis. And I can just, as an example, we were just talking about ash trees. And at our next meeting, we're going to come back to council and talk about the effort associated with the ice storm cleanup and the costs associated with the ice storm cleanup that we are, back in, when was that? In April? April that happened. We said it's going to be mid-June by the time we're done, and we're almost there. So that's, to get a sense of the scope of work that our staff are busy with. So. With that, we'll get into some of the details of this report. Today, we're not looking for a decision from council. That's really, we didn't want to come here and put council on the spot to make a decision. That's not our intention. What our intention here is today is to provide the information that we have, what we feel at a staff level is kind of the best path forward, or the path forward that makes the most sense for our department. And then get some feedback from council in terms of what more information do you need from us, what do you like, what do you not like, so that we can understand and continue to move forward or provide various options for council to consider. Because, from our perspective, status quo, I'm not sure if it's going to last much longer in terms of our ability to deliver services. Ultimately, what we're getting at with this report here is a recommendation that we retain the seasonal drivers that we hire during the winter months, and hire on top of that one additional full-time operator. And what that does for us is it creates a balanced 8-staff workforce at each patrol. So a little bit of background for council's information before we get into some of the challenges we are facing with the staffing levels we have right now. In 2017, we were very much into an analysis of how we could continue to provide winter maintenance services based on our requirement to comply with hours of work legislation. And for just a quick background on hours of work legislation, there is, when you're operating a commercial vehicle in Ontario, you have to limit the amount of hours that the operator is operating that vehicle, and that's a very valid reason. You're trying to make sure that people have the right amount of rest and reset, and what the hours of work legislation physically does is it forces a reset period for those operators so that they are not operating that equipment, that they have a break and then reset themselves. So when we did the full analysis of of our workforce and our ability to comply with hours of work legislation. In 2017, and we appreciated council's support at that point, is that we got the approval to hire 7 full-time seasonal plow operators, and those operators are hired from essentially, we'll say, December to the end of April, our winter operating period. And what that does is it allows us to put our staff on a 4-day, 10-hour shift. So by doing that, we are forcing a reset day for all of our staff members on a compressed work week, where they are staying at home. They're still getting paid 40 hours a week. If we need them to operate on weekends, they're available. They've had their appropriate reset. They're able to come in and do that work. And with this staffing level, we're at the minimum requirement we need to be at to comply with hours of work legislation. But that brings us to some of the challenges we have. So Derek, I'll throw it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Back in 2017, when we decided to hire the additional drivers in order to comply with our service regulations, we had no issue whatsoever finding drivers. In fact, we had several applicants per position. However, over the last several years, this has become harder and harder to find qualified applicants, or even to find people who even apply for the positions. And this is not just restricted to SDG, this is an industry-wide problem, so we're competing with many other employment agencies. Just to put it in perspective, during this last winter season, in my 30 years, I've never seen a season as bad as we just went through. We had began advertising in September, and through local newspapers, through our social media, through our websites. And due to the lack of interest, we even expanded that to include electronic billboards. Like Indeed, we went far as using a portable variable message board or a signboard on County Road 31. We even went as far as contacting local contractors to see if they had seasonal drivers who were laid off that might be interested in winter work. But despite all these efforts, we still weren't able to fill our positions. As a result of the lack of interest, the result was we ended up hiring DZ drivers that had no plowing experience. And for a lot of these people, never been in a winter storm, the first time out, they quickly learned it wasn't for them and they resigned their positions, as you can imagine. So what this quickly became or resulted in was we hired 13 people to fill 6 of the 7 positions that we had to offer. This became extremely challenging as we're constantly posting, reposting, hiring, training, and retraining staff. And even though this advertising campaign continued throughout the whole winter, we still operated all year with 1 position that we never did fill. But being our staff doesn't provide us with a defense when we have to meet the minimum maintenance standards. This past winter, each patrol went through periods where they didn't have enough drivers to fill the seats, and plowing was never an option. It became a real juggling act to ensure all routes were plowed and minimum maintenance requirements were met while still adhering to the hours of service regulations that Ben was referring to. As we work on a 24-hour basis, and in order not to break the hours of service requirements, all our drivers, like Ben mentioned, are assigned a reset day off during the week. This day, by resetting this 1 day, allows them to work the next 7 days. So in order to cover the weekends, which again, we've been referred to. So to fill the empty seats when we didn't have available staff, drivers who did not exceed their driving hours for the week were asked to come in on their reset days. If they came in on their reset days, we were obligated to pay them a time and a half because it was deemed as a regular day off. The impact of this is that driver who worked on the reset day would not be able to return to work until they had another day off in order to be in compliance with the hours of service regulation. This meant that we were required to pay them to stay home the next day. Not only did this have a financial impact on us, but also increased our potential risk. If the storm was going to continue, we're now short 2 drivers the next day. The original vacant position, plus now the driver we had to stay home. In addition to having drivers working on the reset days, we also had staff that was traveling as far as Winchester Springs to Green Valley, and we even had some staff gracious enough to switch from day shift to night shift to cover these vacancies. We also have to be available to work on 7 days a week, so we're still working Saturdays and Sundays. But already being short-staffed, it meant the opportunity for anybody to take a weekend off was almost impossible. Drivers are not scheduled to work on weekends, still have to remain on call to be able to address the storms. And I do have to commend the staff that we have. Knowing they're already short, many of them forgave their weekends or gave up their weekends in order to make themselves available. And not only during the weekends, but during the week, most staff did whatever they could to make this work this past winter. However, being constantly on call or continually working from November to April definitely had an impact on the morale on the patrols, as everyone was getting awfully tired by spring. Now, our staffing challenges aren't just restricted to winter, although last year was very obvious we had lots of issues. In summer, it's common to see our patrols with as little as only one staff member available during the week to address minimum maintenance requirements or just general public complaints. We do hire summer students to assist with these duties during the summer, but their capabilities are limited. Each patrol has a general complement of 6 currently, 2 of which throughout the summer are assigned to the roadside mowers. We also have other equipment operations requiring staff such as shoulder grading, intersection sweeping with our box broom, and now street sweeping with our vacuum truck. We generally have another 2 employees on vacation at any given time. Due to our winter requirements, most staff vacation is pushed to the summer months. In addition to that, due to our lack of staff in the summer, we further restrict this to only allow 2 people off at a time per patrol. Again, I have to commend staff over the last several winters. We've also had several employees that have had medical procedures that need to be completed through the winter, but they're delayed into the summer months, knowing the impact it would have on our winter operations. For example, in the last 2 to 3 years, we've had at least 1 member off for the summer while they're recovering from these medical procedures. In addition to just meeting the minimum maintenance requirements, we've also been attempting to take on larger projects throughout the summer, both the much needed activities such as drainage improvements or ditching, as well as in-house projects like the Hullville culvert we completed last year or the County Road 18 reconstruction we completed the year before. Based on comparable outsourced projects, this produces a cost estimate of approximately 10 to 15% when we complete the work ourselves. However, to undertake these bigger projects, it requires a combined effort of multiple patrols. This, unfortunately, stretches our resources to the point that in addressing minimum maintenance requirements becomes very difficult, and in cases, regular maintenance activities such as roadside mowing had to be put on hold, and other budget activities are commonly deferred to the following year.
My turn? Are you?
Yeah, we're going to, yeah, it's your turn.
Okay, good. Okay, sorry. So as I had mentioned, what we're proposing here for this patrol or for the sake of this discussion today is hiring. Essentially, whenever you look at an annual full-time equivalent of what we hire right now versus what we're proposing, it's an increase of 1.3 FTE per patrol is what we're proposing to increase. So that takes us up to 8 staff per patrol, which is what we feel is an appropriate staffing number to be able to talk and resolve some of those summer staffing challenges and also assist with the winter staffing challenges as mentioned by Derek.
So the positive impact of this increase is basically, as I mentioned, we have to meet our minimum maintenance requirements. It's not an option, it's something we have to meet. But we also need to meet the level of services expected by the public, especially in the winter. In the winter, what this proposal does is ensures that we have the right amount of trained staff on board to meet these expectations. So we're not trying to scramble to find people when we need them. And by having the appropriate staffing levels, we're also protecting our employees from burnout. This proposal ensures that staff are able to take their reset days as planned and allows them periodically to have the weekend off without being on call. And improving the employee morale and engagement only further improves our staff retention and then reduces our need to continually hire new staff. In the summer, this proposal not only provides us the personnel we need to fill the gaps created by the vacancies and other leaves, but provides us the opportunities to look at efficiencies while increasing our level of service. There's been historic interest in compressed work weeks. This proposal will provide us with the right complement of staff to implement a compressed work week while ensuring staff is still available to meet the minimum maintenance requirements or public complaints Monday through to Friday. This will not only provide a greater work-life balance for our employees, but also provides us the increased productivity we need during the week to complete the activities that form our budget. For example, it increases our ability for the counties to have the roadside mowers operating up to 50 hours a week without having any financial impact on our budget. We anticipate this will also allow us to have roadside mowing done up to 4 weeks earlier than we currently are, something previous councils have always been requesting. It also allows us to better address weed complaints through mechanical controls in a more timely manner. Being able to complete roadside mowing sooner also provides staffing needed to complete other projects, such as ditching. We currently have a 2-year waiting list for nuisance drainage issues in most patrols. Due to the lack of staffing during the summer, ditching is often deferred to the fall, when staff is more available and quite often not completed, either due to weather or other competing tasks. With additional staff throughout the summer, more staff available early in the fall will greatly improve our ability to maximize our ditching program and reduce our current backlog. We've also been experiencing high volume requests for tree removal, mainly the ash borer, as a result of the ash borer. Again, another high profile task that is often not completed due to the lack of available staffing. Like our ditching program, tree removal is often pushed to the fall when we have staff available, and again, not often completed due to weather or competing tasks. This proposal not only provides us the ability to complete the work budgeted for, but also provides us the ability to address the concerns in a more timely manner. And historically, we've also contracted the majority of the road cross culvert replacements and other minor capital projects. Main reason is we do not have the adequate staff to complete the work safely or in the timeline that it has to be completed. In recent years, we have attempted to complete more in-house work as it's proven to be more cost effective. However, again, in doing so, maintenance activities were neglected or sacrificed. It becomes a balancing act. By completing more capital projects in-house, maintenance activities do have to be sacrificed. This proposal not only provides us with staffing levels needed to increase our minor capital work, but gives us the ability to complete the work timely manner throughout the summer without impacting our maintenance activities. And there are many other areas within our department this will also benefit. Another example is just this past spring when we took on the street sweeping. The impact of this was we had up to 4 staff members from each patrol working 24 hours a day, which did have a significant impact on our spring activities. But I also believe this opens the door to look at other cost-saving opportunities down the road that is not currently possible with the staff we have.
I know it's a lot to hear in terms of some of the challenges we have, but I think there is some good news in it, and you might not think it comes from the budget part of the discussion, but there is some good news in the budget part of the discussion. And that really is this. In the wintertime, we were already budgeting for these staff members. So in terms of a budget impact for these additional staff members, we've actually already got that built into our winter maintenance budget. So that part of this proposal or this discussion is already there. And the second part of it is that we budget on an activity base. So labor costs as part of any activity we do are included in that activity that's taking place. So what I'm trying to say is that any surplus we have in summer activities, we've already got a labor cost included in it. And generally speaking, whenever we look at the surpluses we have at the end of the summer, in terms of we've done X amount of ditching here, where we have those surpluses, that represents unrealized labor activity that we've already budgeted for. So ultimately what I'm trying to say is that most costs associated with the proposed increase are already budgeted, both summer and winter. And we see that there's an opportunity for further offsets through potential savings with the improved efficiencies that this proposal would bring forward. Implementation itself, from a dollar figure value, is it results in an annual expense, a greater annual expense of $100,000 per patrol. The context of that is our operational budget is about $10 million per year. And the labor component of that $10 million is a very small component of it. What we'd further recommend, if council agrees with the proposal, is to implement it as we start hiring up for this winter. So there is no need to even look at the budget. It's already included in 2023. And going into 2024, we don't see that there's a major impact to budget because we already budget for these activities.
So the risk is not in this proposal. One of the biggest ones we see is still employees. It's starting to really wear thin. The employees constantly working on their staff. So we see the biggest impact is we're going to start experiencing more burnout and higher turnover employees going forward. The other thing to look at is we're just not able to complete the work that's been budgeted for. Over the last, I'm going to say 3, 4, 5 years, we have been taking on more and more work, more minor capital work, more outside source work. And it's getting to the point that something has to sacrifice. And what sacrificing is our maintenance side of things. So there's sacrificing the main side of things is one thing is we're going to reduce our level of service, but it's another thing is also putting us a potential risk for not meeting our minimum maintenance requirements.
One of the things that was very clear to me at our strategic planning session was that council wanted to hear, if we talked about bold ideas, was hearing about the goals that come out of it and the measurable results associated with it. So that was one thing that we spent a lot of time, Derek and I, looking at and discussing. How do we if council supports this, how do we come back and demonstrate that this was a good decision for council? And, I won't go through it in great detail. It's in the report and we provide it here, but We see that there's multiple stages to how we could continue to come back and report to council that this was something that was the wise and the right decision to make. And it's not just now or once or twice, but there's multiple touch points where we'd want to come back to council and demonstrate kind of what we're doing, how we're doing it, how we're using these extra staff to be able to achieve the goals that we've talked about within this proposal. So ultimately, just in conclusion, I guess I want to echo Derek's comments very clearly. You know, we have an amazing staff out there who, the dedication, you know, we've talked about some of the challenges we have, and I would suggest that to the casual observer who uses the roadways in the winter and summer, you know, some of these challenges that our staff deal with, not only at the supervisory level, but the operators. They do it tremendously, and it's almost seamlessly where it may not be so obvious and evident that we are a very fine stretched wire that is continually stretched and stretched. We're recommending again through this proposal of an increase of staffing resource by 1.3 full-time equivalent per patrol, which results in 8 full-time staff year-round at each patrol. What it does for us at the end of the day is better position us to fill the winter vacancies, because we have continually seen whenever it's a full-time year-round position that there is a lot of interest, that provides a lot of interest out in the community when compared to the seasonal positions that we currently hire for. It's going to get us to being able to achieve operational efficiencies, streamline our processes. It has minimal impact on existing budgets because those costs are already included in our activity budgets and winter budgets that we have. It allows us to maximize those budgets. It provides the necessary staffing resource to support the resets that we need to do, both physical and mental, and also gives us some flexibility to open up vacations in the wintertime for staff, and that way it also relieves some of the burden on the summer months that we are faced with. And the other thing too is making sure we can properly respond to the public emergencies or unforeseen circumstances. I mentioned it earlier, the ice storm and the challenges that's faced on our, put on our staff over the last, since April. Here we are at the end of June. We're finally able to get our staff into the mowers to start mowing, and it wasn't because we didn't want to get mowing. It was because we needed to clean those ditches first to be able to get the mowers into the ditches. So that's just an example of having some additional staff and those resources, how we could get moving on some of these activities that are expected of us in a more timely way. So with that, we're happy to, we'd really appreciate some feedback from council and understand what more information we can provide you, what questions you might have, and how we can continue to engage in this discussion.
Thank you for that presentation, and open up the questions, comments. Councillor McDonald.
What is the minimal impact on the budgets when you say minimal? We go ahead and hire this, what is next year, what is what is it yearly going to cost us in the budget?
The extra labor represents $100,000 per patrol, so $400,000 that will be spent. When we did an analysis right now, what we actually budget for, we are not spending that $400,000 because we cannot get that work done. So it carries over, we put it into the now needs roads, so that opportunity is lost. If you're looking for what kind of that impact is, it's that opportunity to capture that unspent funds, put it into a reserve, and make use of it through some of the roads projects we do. That opportunity starts to disappear because all of a sudden now we can actually maximize everything we've budgeted for operationally. Does that answer your question? We're going to be spending $400,000 per year more operationally. That's not going to go into reserves.
Right.
Further questions, comments, Councillor McGillis? I'm sorry, who was that? Oh, okay, well, thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor Densham, then to Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And similar to Councillor McDonald, maybe I'll ask the question slightly different, because it sounds like we've already budgeted a good portion of what your ask is. If you count the amount of overtime, and maybe this would be a suggestion for bringing something back, If you itemize out the overtime, which we wouldn't have to spend, if you talk about the surplus, how much we're realizing, if you talk about the savings in terms of doing work in-house versus contracting it out, if you talk a little bit about the other productivity improvements and potentially talk about the fact that you won't have leave due to stress time, you may be able to say, I already have the budget for 6 of these 8 people, and it's already approved. So really we're talking about 2 incremental to do what? And that's kind of where my head goes is I'd love to understand, let's say it is only $200,000 more, what are you asking us or what are you asking council to approve in terms of what are they buying for the $200,000? Are they buying an additional level of service, stability of staff, or whatever? So to me, if it works out in those proportions, really the $600,000 is just a staffing decision on your part. It's not necessarily a budget decision.
Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I know you probably looked at alternative things to do, or by maybe probably sourcing out. We did this this year and last year, and we were sourcing out for the equipment for the snowplows and the drivers. We got either. Not one company submitted an estimate in terms of the costs or anything like that. So I know that's not an issue. That's not going to be something that we can look at right now because it's not happening. So because of the lack of probably the experienced drivers and also the length of time it takes us to order new trucks. That's another reason why we looked at doing that. So that I can help you take that off the table.
Thank you, Councillor McGillis. Councillor McDonald.
All right, thank you. And obviously from a financial point is where I always start, but I do want you to first say kudos to your staff for doing all that. That's a good team you have there. And then one of the fundamental things I think of always like who benefits and who pays, right? So it's always going to be the taxpayer who pays. We know that. But in this case, the benefit can be the citizen in seeing increased services. So from a governing side, we have to think about do we want those increased services? Because as you said, like we can do more, but generally doing more costs more. And I think something that could come up with the next one on that vein would be if we have these surplus people, there's likely trucks associated with it that aren't included in this, potential equipment. Generally, you see that happen. So I'd be curious as to like investigate like where you see that going down, because I'm not a roads individual, but I know typically when you buy a body, you buy a truck with it. And then I do thank you for your transparency with that. And I'll sum it up, and it's maybe a little bit specific, but we will increase our people, but because the now needs roads aren't happening, we are decreasing our projects, it seems, potentially. Like, we can't get as much done that way, but we will save on the maintenance side. And good maintenance does save long-term, as well as doing our own projects is good that way. So I think in that regard, I'd like to see some numbers, if possible, there. And I know they're not going to be perfect. I'm not looking for extensive, just like an estimate, because if that does happen, we have those 5.3 more people at $400,000. We don't have that in now needs, and then we have to be very aware that as we increase this level of service, next budget, regardless of it's moving to now needs or now moving to people who can do more, is we might, to do the same amount that we've always done, there might be what amount would be to maintain our current levels of service, what would be needed in the next budget. Because I imagine like it's not going to be equal. We'll do more, but if our projects go down 400 and now needs is gone, we've always liked doing that, it seems. And that has been part of like a continual history. What would it take to replace that now needs so we maintain our roads at a good level? And I don't want to miss that because we do need to maintain them. We do need to invest, and that is people, that is money. So that's where I'm at right now for things that I'd like to see. If you have any questions, you can ask me after I have some notes.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Landry.
Through you, Mr. Warden. So I think the ask is you're going for the full amount. So we had 7 seasonal workers. You're going for 7 basically full-time or 1.3 per patrol. There's another side of things. So we have, or you would let me know, do we have seasonal workers that are fully experienced that have been working for us. So it might be an opportunity where they might not want to have the full season or the full working through summer. And so maybe the opportunity of having 2 trained guys that's been with us over the years that might not want to do, and we hire 5 full-time and have a sort of a balance with that. I'm not sure if that would be another opportunity, but I just maybe don't want to lose. Like maybe in terms, we have any seasonal worker that have been with us over the years, or does that rotate quite drastically?
Actually, most of the ones we had from the beginning, like since 2017, we did have quite a few that came on year after year. But through, like I say, about the last 2 years, we've hired almost every one of them on full-time. So anyone that has been coming on with a seasonal are pretty much all full-time staff now.
Okay.
So I'd say about 90% of the staff we have on last year, I'll back that up, maybe 70% were all new hires last year.
Okay. So just to add to my my concern, I don't want to basically turn away a guy that's been helping us out over the years because he's not willing to work. He might have been happy with the seasonal work and not want to work summers. So that's just something to consider with the people that have helped us out over the years. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Landry. Councillor St. Pierre.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Warden. Just not really budget-related questions, but more of, I kind of look at this as kind of a winter program and a summer program. And, you know, we just came off our planning visionary session a couple weeks ago, and we were all talking about collaboration and working together with our lower tiers. When we're talking about winter maintenance, do we think there's any opportunity of maybe working together with our local municipalities to see, because to get to and from most of our streets, we're on a county road, or we have to go on a county road. Is this an opportunity where we should be looking at collaboration and seeing if, you know, maybe the lower tiers take on 1 kilometer or 2 of roads? It helps us on the upper tier, but, you know, maybe we don't have to hire 7, but maybe we're hiring 4 full-time. So I'm just wondering about the collaboration on the winter maintenance. And then, if I may, on the summer maintenance, I guess the question for us is, are we satisfied with the level of service we're providing for our summer maintenance? Do we have to increase? Do we have to do the extra? Are we satisfied? Where should we go, I guess, is the question. And I'm kind of asking this as a new councillor this year, and would like to get a little bit of a feedback from fellow councillors. Thank you.
Do you want to start? Go ahead. Okay, so on the winter side, so we do have maintenance agreements with local municipalities, including South Dundas. South Dundas plows Stamford Road on our behalf. So we have in the past looked at some of those lower volume roads where I think we all recognize that the level of service provided by the local municipalities, and it's intentionally less than the county, and that's done on purpose because, you know, by investing in the equipment and the kind of staffing level we have here, we can keep those arterial connecting roads open, and it gives the local municipalities that opportunity to not have that type of level of service. And I say that because on, for example, the Stamford roads and other roads that the local municipalities are plowing on our behalf, they're the lower class roads where it made sense to provide a lower level of service than the county provides. We provide, and we've always been directed by council, and that's something, when we get back to the level of service discussion around the council table, if council ever wants to relook at that. But anytime we've kind of brought that discussion up at the council table, it's been pretty obvious to me. Council appreciates the level of service we provide, which is essentially we can plow a road 4 or 6 times within a 24-hour period. We can get back on that roadway 6 times, 24 hours. I got that right, Derek? I don't want to. 5 to 6 times in a 24-hour period. So that's the type of level of service we provide. Plus, we've also shifted ourselves to make sure that we are plowing the commuter routes first and trying to coincide with commutes into some of the like the Ottawas, the Cornwalls, Alexandrias, and some of those hot spots where we have the higher volumes of traffic. So, you know, there's always opportunity to continue to work together. I think where we are today is a real evolution compared to when I started in terms of that collaboration with local municipalities. Our agreements are expiring after this winter with local municipalities. The other thing that's happening in the background as well is we are busy working on that road rationalization study where we're actually looking at a bunch of roads locally versus county and what makes sense. So my perhaps suggestion to council, if we talk about the winter plowing collaboration, is let's let that road rationalization play out, and then we have a better understanding if there is a rearrangement of anything. And then that probably fits very, very well with those types of discussions. My 2 cents on the, before I guess, I guess it's really a council decision in terms of level of service. One thing that we certainly heard year in and year out is the desire to make sure we're getting our mowing done on time. That's one that I think is appreciated by the community. Right now we're working in the fair's next weekend in Maxville. See our mowers out there trying to make sure it's nice and clean. Like, that's the type of stuff that we do, and I think we take a lot of pride in that. And I know that there's always a desire to try and get out there as quick as we can and do as good a job as we can. And that's one thing that we certainly identified through this, when we're looking at this staffing proposal, as a real opportunity where we can actually get ahead and finally achieve, I think, some of those requests that we've had from council in terms of trying to get it done faster, better, and sooner. So I'll stop there and I'll take any input on that.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Williams, then I'll wrap it up, and then we need to move on. And then there's an opportunity to Councillor St. Pierre's concern about talking about level of service, but not today. We do need to discuss that. We do have new council members who have opinions on that, and we can go round and round, necessarily so, but not today. We want to go to Councillor Williams, then I can wrap it up, and then we can keep on going.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like a little more comfort on knowing that the $400,000 is not going to translate into a, 1%, 2% tax hike at next budget season. Please.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And to that, have faith, we will have a further discussion on the level of service and some of the points that we've talked about, but we do need to keep on moving. It's 1 o'clock and we have lots to go yet. Road work update, bridge work update, please.
So I have four reports here. The first is the roadwork update. I'll just go through the roads projects very quickly here. Skin patching, I want to emphasize the hard work of Dana Grant, our construction supervisor for roads. After the skin patching tender was awarded, he got to work and got the contractor out to do County Road 9 north of Chesterville, which is on the detour for the Chesterville Bridge. So we had a nice smooth road when we implemented the detour. Unfortunately, it was damaged shortly after by unpermitted load, and there was approximately $25,000 in damage. So we will be talking with the trucking company about that and trying to recover the costs to repair that. The paver will be back out there to do a short section in front of Sinagri, so we'll touch up on those two areas at that time. The cold in place recycling and hot mix paving program, those are ongoing, progressing well. A lot of County Road 43 has already been done. I'll note as well that the asphalt has not fluctuated as much in price this year. It's, I believe, within the 5% window where we don't apply any adjustments in price. So right now we are still on course with what the tendered values were. Microsurfacing has been completed. Specialty marking, centerline marking, I believe, comes later in the year, generally after our paving operations. So that wouldn't have started yet. The County Road 22, we're moving ahead on design. The environmental assessment period ends at the end of this month. We have received a few comments from residents along that road, so we'll be looking at that moving forward. And there will be a meeting held on July 12th in Moose Creek regarding the municipal drain relocations. We're collecting additional information in Alexandria to facilitate that design. County Road 27 at Glen Road, we had a survey done last year. We handed the data over to EVB, who created profiles, and we can see from those profiles that the road is more or less compliant with a county 80 kilometer per hour design profile. We're going to look into it a little more, and we'll come back to you with more information and for next steps at the July council meeting. At this time, that's as far as we've progressed. And I also want to highlight one of our intersections, County Road 31 and County Road 18. There's a lot of discussion about this intersection this year. To my knowledge, there have been 6 collisions at this intersection since the start of 2023, which is a wild increase. We've had no less than 2 residents reach out to us to discuss the intersection. And right now, I'm waiting. It takes approximately 30 days for the details of the collision to go from the collision occurring to being available to us. So it's at approximately the end of this month that I expect to have the 6th collision, sort of the statement or the cause, if you will, at which point I'm going to start a intersection study, and we'll come back to council with discussion on what we found and any proposed measures moving forward. So that's the roads update. Maybe I'll pause here for questions.
Questions, comments? Seeing none.
Okay, the bridge update. Matt Brownell, the construction supervisor for bridges, is working with contractors from previous years to touch up deficiencies at bridges from last year, as well as one bridge from the year before. So you may see that work ongoing, and we expect to have it all completed by the end of July. The work is progressing very well on the South Nation River Bridge. We've seen a lot of removals. The safety barriers, curbs have been removed. Work is underway underneath for bridge jacking. It's moving at a very, very good pace. That's indicative of what happens whenever you close a bridge down completely and the contractor has free rein to work on all activities simultaneously. To date, the detour through Chesterville appears to be moving working pretty well. Our traffic counts indicate that approximately 1,000 vehicles per day are avoiding the village altogether. So we were expecting about 3,000 vehicle per day increase within the village. We're seeing more or less a 2,000 vehicle per day increase in the village. We've had a few residents reach out to us to provide input. For example, they thought some signage was confusing and sending people down the wrong street, or they've noticed a certain number of vehicles not stopping at the 4-way stop at Queen Street. We've reached out to the OPP to discuss that concern, and we're keeping an eye on the signage in place and making sure it's all, no signs get blown over by the wind. We're also working with the local township to discuss some parking prohibitions. It wasn't something that we wanted to implement right away, but the township is moving forward with parking prohibition in the area of the park, and so we're going to discuss with the township just extending that to include the section between 37 Queen Street and King Street, which is one area we have received some complaints about on-street parking, making it difficult for at least one-way tractor trailer plus opposing traffic. So that's something that we're exploring at this time. Hoople Creek Bridge will be starting next week. Cardinal Municipal Drain and Wing Wall installations, those require the in-water work window, which doesn't open until July 15th, so we won't see anything there for a while. Baldwin's Bridge repair, this was an item I had estimated would take approximately $100,000. We'd received a ballpark price from a contractor, just verbally. We decided to undertake it in-house, and at the moment we have everything, I think, except the center line marking put back down, which would normally be done as part of the center line work, and we have not yet sealed the concrete barriers. I have the cost breakdown here. We were able to do this, or we will be able to do this, for approximately just under $55,000 as compared to the original $100,000. Once we had removed the vegetation and brushing from the side, we were also able to see better a little bit of erosion at the four corners where the water comes off the bridge and down the embankment, and we were able to add some riprap protection to the embankment to preserve the slope. So we're very happy with how this turned out, and it goes to showcase what we can accomplish with the kind of expertise that we have with Matt as our bridge supervisor. We issued an RFP for design for the Oak Valley Bridge. We received 3 bids, and because it was within a certain dollar range, we were able to award it right away to HP Engineering. So we'll have that design on the shelf for tender next spring, pending budget. And I'll pause here again for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jans. Questions, comments for Mr. Jans? Please go ahead, sir.
All right, we move on to the Inkerman Bridge update. For this one here, we're just looking at the results of the design consultant's review. So one of the items that we've approved them to do is complete a structural analysis and complete 2 site evaluations spaced approximately 6 months apart, and approximately 6 months after their first site inspection, when we awarded them the design of the rehabilitation, or sorry, the replacement of the superstructure. Their findings indicate that the bridge is still very much full load capable, and for the foreseeable future that will be the case. And of course, they're going to go back again at somewhere around October or November and complete another review, and let us know again then how the bridge is holding up and whether it would need to be load posted, any other considerations, etc. So that's a little bit of sort of confidence that we can have in the bridge for the next 6 months until the next inspection. I did include their report and their memo with that bridge update, just for your I guess reading in your, if you're interested. Lots of tables and numbers. I'll pause again for another.
Questions, comments on the tables and numbers? Seeing none. Thank you.
Perfect. And then the last update is for the administration building here. So I'm sure some of you noticed some contractor trucks in the parking lot this morning, some fencing, dumpsters. This is the flat roof replacement project. We were hoping to be a little further along by now. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't permitting last week. So we are just working around the weather. It needs to be dry for them to apply the new roof membrane. They're approximately 25% done, the largest section of roof to be done. And just the dates here when I wrote this, it didn't quite play out, so we're looking at being approximately a week behind right now. But we were looking to try and capitalize on a week when court wasn't in session, and they would have free reign of that roof to be making noise and not disturb those proceedings. Unfortunately, now they're going to have to work around the court dates, which may cause additional delays, and we're just going to have to be flexible with that as we move forward. I also was able to get an update from Metros Detachment, which is the group of cannon restorers and enthusiasts who are rebuilding the cannon bases for us. They had some of the members had health complications over the winter. They are a senior group who have accumulated experience and expertise over years and years in service and in working with cannons. So it's just one of the aspects of working with this group, but I have photos of the first base coming together, and it's what we're expecting to see. They did note that the wood that we provided to them has checked a little more than you would hope for with the wood drying. So the approximate cost per base is going to go up to about $1,500, which is still, I think, a pretty good price for a handcrafted wood item of that size. So just letting you guys know what we are going to be over budget, but it's still going to be, I think, a pretty fair construction in the end. Also, we were able to upgrade our server room, move the servers up off the concrete floor. We had Charlie, our building maintenance coordinator, working on that since last fall, painting walls, new T-bar ceiling. He's made quite a nice office space for 3 members of the IT department down there, and he was probably able to do it for about half the price of had we hired it out. So I just wanted to highlight Charlie's accomplishment and hard work down there over the last 6 months. We touched on car chargers earlier today, so we will hopefully see all of that work done by the fall, and perhaps if any of you have an electric car charger, we could do a little opening ceremony, or first plug-in, etc. there. Let me know what your thoughts are. And lastly, with the jail area and the kitchen, so we have seen, I think we've seen a very good show of tourism so far this summer, a lot of uptake on that. We're going to come back to that as the tourism season winds down and make sure that we're treating that building area appropriately. And unfortunately, with the jail kitchen, we had a prospective tenant lined up. He had some interest. I'm not sure where it's going at this point. I sent a sort of draft lease for their review and just haven't heard back from them, and it's been about a month and a half now. So that portion of the building remains vacant, and if any of you do know anyone who might be interested, by all means send them my way.
Thank you, Mr. Jans. Is there anything further for you, Ben, or you, Mike? Just, I look at the 43-7.
Yeah, I'll be very quick with this. This one is just looking for council's direction on what we want to do if we want to look at actually installing such a system. It's actually quite a smart system where it's detecting cars oncoming and giving the people stopped information about oncoming and vice versa. That cost of that equipment is about $25,000 plus installation. So let's say another $10,000 to be safe, so $35,000. Is it something we want to include in our budget next year? Is it something you want us to look at finances this year, see if we can fit it in? Is it something, thank you, good information, and leave it? So that's more or less what I was looking for here.
Okay, I'm going to look at Councillor McDonald.
So $35,000 at that, we're talking about the one near Chesterfield. Yeah, to say no to that at this point would be craziness. So I think it's well worth it for considering the issues that we've had there. So.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yes, I agree. And it's a whole lot cheaper than putting in a roundabout or lights, right? So I think for safety's sake, it's a good idea.
Thank you, Councillor Densham. Councillor Gano.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, Ben, you had some concerns about potential liability of installing non-standard equipment. I know we're trying to be innovative, but just that's my concern, especially considering there's been no accidents since we made the last measures in 2021. My concern is people might get reliant on seeing the flashing signal saying there's nothing coming, there's a malfunction, they make that turn, and now we're liable. So just want to know if we've kind of looked into that part of it a little bit more.
We haven't got any kind of, we'll call it official legal opinion on that one. That is a concern for sure. I think it's really what it's going to end up coming down to is council willing to assume that potential liability, whether it is an actual realized liability or not, it's another story. And I'll be honest with you, as someone that's in that profession, I trust kind of what your professional opinion, you've got an insight into that world and what that means for council. Recognizing that you're not providing council legal opinion, but you do have that insight. So I'd almost defer back to you, Councillor Gaydon, just for that, what your thoughts are on that one.
Thank you, Councillor Gaydon. Councillor Densham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Councillor Gaydon, for your thoughts on that. And I have had a chance to think about that. I know that when like a red light system goes out of order, it defaults to flashing a red light. And I don't know how researched this is and whether or not that could be something. I would rather give a false alarm of the fact that there is traffic coming when there isn't, then it'd go dark. So that might be one way if you're looking at this and talking with the designer of this, that may be one way to minimize the risk.
And you're looking for direction on this?
Well, I'm getting the sense from council that it's a yes, that for the cost versus the reward, it certainly makes sense, and I certainly support that. I guess what I'm looking for more than anything is this something like go ahead, find some money, or we'll let's implement this year. We could, I'm sure, just in the pluses and minuses of a $20+ million budget, we can find the money for it. It's just, do we want to do it this year, or is it something we want to budget for next year?
And it's unfair for me to weigh in, but it is about North Dundas, but by extension, it will, I think, transfer right across the SDG as an innovative idea for troublesome spots, and to not to argue against Councillor Gayno at all, but sometimes we do have to go outside of our box and our comfort level to ensure the safety of the majority. And this has gone on, as Councillor McDonald has talked about, this has gone on for years in essence, this discussion, and there really hasn't been any definitive solution to the question, and this is an idea that may provide the definitive solution to the concern. And to some of the comments, that this has gone on well beyond the concern of finding the money. I think it should be easily enough found to go ahead with the project, and maybe a nod of heads if we're comfortable with that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hahn, and I look at Karina and Mr. Young, Karina Boulanger, and the Discover Guide.
Right. So good afternoon, Council. We're here today to advise you of an upcoming collaboration with the City of Cornwall for the 2024 Discover Guide. So to provide you with a bit of background on the current way that the guide works, each tourism department does create their own visitor guide annually. Each of the visitor guides do feature attractions in each other's municipalities. So both offices do dedicate quite a bit of time, financial resources each year to produce, print, and distribute the guides. So as our partnership with Cornwall Tourism continues to grow, we've worked closely on different events and promotions throughout the region, especially attending 5 trade shows this year. So it has really made us see now more than ever the need to just have one guide for the region. In the end, it's better for the visitor and the end user. They're able to find all the information in one place, and both offices will be able to save time and money by producing a joint guide, as well as our tourism businesses who often advertise in both pieces. It will be a nice savings for them. So to formalize the partnership, we both agreed to work on an MOU before beginning. So this was just a quick update, and we're happy to take any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, I'm very happy to see this proposal. It is it's great to see SDG and Cornwall partnering in these kinds of initiatives. I know that they have in the past and then kind of went separate ways, and there are efficiencies to be found and real strengths in building that relationship and giving tourists what they need without bombarding them with paper they don't need. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Further comments? Seeing none. Yes, we look forward to this initiative. Thank you very much. Madam CAO, the administrative update.
Perhaps if I could just go quickly, Mr. Warden. So there's a bit of information on my schedule for the month of May. Key dates when we're looking at the next couple of months. We have a County Council meeting on July 17th and August 28th. AMO is August 20 to 23rd in London. And the Ontario East Municipal Conference, I'm not sure if Council has that on the radar yet, but the Ontario East Conference is in Ottawa from September 6th to the On the employee side, we're planning an employee recognition barbecue in August, following our council meeting. And then just to talk a little bit on a human resources update, we're currently undergoing 3 key recruitments. Our manager of human resources, that position will close later this week. We're in the process of hiring a replacement for Charlie Baker. He is retiring in September. And we have a position right now we're recruit for communications and library services. We're still working together to plan for our upcoming collective agreement that expired in March. We had a little bit of discussion regarding Karen's retirement, but I'd like to also let everybody know we're planning an open house in the Long Sault Library on her last day on June the 30th, Friday, from 9:30 to 11:30, and we'll have light refreshments. And it's open to anybody that would like to attend. We will also extend that invitation to our local municipalities.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Miscellaneous business. Madam Clerk, the motion from to support the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville.
Yes, through you, Mr. Warden, on page 248 in your agenda package, there is a letter from Mayor Nancy Peckford from the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville. Warden Peckford has requested the United Counties formal participation by the warden in a working group that she's putting together concerning paramedic service delivery, cross-border billing, and dispatch. So I have a motion here. It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, and reads that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry approve the warden's participation in a regional working group, Leeds and Grenville, Prescott Russell, Renfrew County, Lanark County, concerning paramedic service delivery, cross-border billing, and dispatch.
Questions, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Thank you very much. And at this point, we're going to get ready to move into closed session. And Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Laundrie, seconded by Councillor Broad, that Council proceed in camera pursuant to Section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act 2001, a proposed or pending acquisition of land by the municipality or local board for a matter related to land negotiation, and pursuant to Section 239(2)K, a position, plan, or procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on or behalf of the municipality or local board for a matter related to contract negotiation, and pursuant to Section 239(2)B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, for a matter related to CAO performance review.
Thank you. Questions, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Welcome back, everyone. Madam Clerk, the motion to reconvene, please.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor Williams, that council rise and reconvene in open session.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk.
Yes, through you, Mr. Warden, we do have a bylaw today to approve a revised funding agreement between the United Counties and Rural Healthcare Innovations, Dundas Manor. It's moved by Councillor Broad and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, and reads that bylaw number 5406, being a bylaw to authorize a funding agreement between the United Counties of SDG and Rural Healthcare Innovations, Dundas Manor, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. And Madam Clerk.
Ratification bylaw, it's moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Densham, that bylaw number 5407, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. And
Adjournment. It's moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Laundrie, that council adjourn to the call of the chair.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and council and staff for this lengthy meeting. And until next time, take care.